All right, guys, going live in just a bit. Hey guys, it's me, Stormcat5. This is Outbreak. Let's do this.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
All right, guys, just want to say welcome to Outbreak. I am so happy that you guys are here. I cannot wait for the show that we have today. We have a dangerous day of severe weather. We have an enhanced risk in Kansas and Nebraska, and even a slight risk all the way down into parts of Oklahoma and Texas, where we're expecting and already seeing some pretty strong to severe storms initiate. All of the severe modes are possible today, and it's going to be a busy day and evening, and probably is going to continue into the overnight hours. So I am Stormcat5. We've got some Stormfront freaks in the background that I'll bring in just a second. But, if you guys, it's your first time watching this show, if it's your second time or third time, this is our third show that we've done. And for those who are familiar with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, this is a production brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks, but it's a little bit of a different flavor. We are essentially going to be now casting severe weather, hurricanes, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, possibly even blizzards if they're strong enough, right? I think we're kind of not, we're moving away from that season, so we won't be doing as much of those. But there's going to be a lot that we want to do, and we really want to appreciate. I really want you guys to know that I'm really appreciative of you being here, right? Honestly, I love weather. And so you guys, by watching, just by watching, are allowing me to kind of do, what I want to do with my, with weather, and being able to bring you guys the latest information. I also want to give you any of our Patron members or Patreon members. I call them Patron members. Phil hates it when I do that. But all of our Patreon members that help support the show, whatever level you're giving at, I want to give you guys a special shout out. Thank you again for supporting the show. If you do want to become a Patreon member, for those that don't know what Patreon is a site you can go to. It's patreon.com, and then look for the Stormfront Freaks. We essentially, by giving to us at any level, I think our lowest level is $5. That helps us do the podcast. That helps us do this show as well. That helps us get all the equipment and all the sponsorships and all the things that you see that make this show run. That helps us do that. So if you would like to become a Patreon member, you can go to patreon.com/stormfrontfreaks and check it out. Also want to give a shout out to all of our freaks, and let's go ahead and bring the freaks in today to see who we got joining us for the show today. So we've got Dan. You guys saw Dan last time. We've got Ryan, and Ryan is actually our newest member of Outbreak, and he is at Allison House. And a lot of you guys know Allison House is having some pretty awesome data that you can integrate with radars, and we're going to be showing a lot of that stuff as we go and continue to have these shows. We also have Serena Arnold, meteorologist, and she's joining us tonight as well. So thank you guys for all joining. I'll give you guys a second to Dan. You want to go first? What do you think about this event, Dan?
It's got potential, especially I'm thinking up in Kansas and Nebraska.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Ryan? You got any thoughts about the outbreak possibly today?
Absolutely, Nebraska.
Yeah, that's where we see a lot of chasers. Serena, are you seeing anything special about this? What do you think about the tornado chance? What are you seeing from your end?
Yeah, I was talking with a few people online before about this event. We were talking about, where they're going to go because they're out chasing today. And one of the things I remember talking to them about is like, if you have, there was kind of two areas, right? Eventually in the convective outlook, there was a north and a south. And it's like, you always pick south, right? Like that's kind of the Bible. Yeah. And in this instance, I wasn't convinced that was the case. It's like, you know what, if you go south, pick like the northernmost southern location. And then you can see how kind of some of the areas of interest have shifted or what have you. So I think it's going to be a cool, an interesting day to see what happens. And it kind of broke some of my rules from the beginning when we were looking at this, a day in advance.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Serena. I think normally you think south is better, the moisture generally better, sometimes the shear or the helicity is better. But today that's not, I think the moisture's just as good to the south, but I think the wind shear and some of the other things to the north are a little bit better, like you kind of said. So without further ado, I think let's go ahead and we are going to get into our setup where let's look at the not only the outlook, but also what we're talking about in terms of why are we expecting tornadoes today.
Time now for our outbreak setup.
All right, so what do we have going on today? So we have an enhanced risk for severe weather across portions of Nebraska, Kansas, even a slight risk down into Oklahoma and Texas. And what are we looking at tornado-wise? So I think leading up to this event, we had it looked like a 2% and a 5%. And for those that aren't familiar with this is essentially a 5% chance if you pick a point in that area of seeing a tornado within 25 miles. So a 10% risk, that yellow in the center of your screen, is pretty significant because that means within any point within that circle, you could have a 10% or you have a 10% chance of seeing a tornado and possibly a strong tornado. That's the hatch kind of dotted lines that you see through the center of that. So EF2 to EF5. So that's a pretty significant risk. And that's why we're concerned for today. And I think there's also a wind risk. And if you look, there's a secondary enhanced risk if we look at the the overall outlook. There's a secondary enhanced risk actually all the way into Kentucky, West Virginia, and the enhanced risk is focused along the coast. So
yeah, and they've already had hail there. So they've had high wind reports. We were just talking about it on another live that I was doing. They've had high wind reports. They had substantial hail reports for that area, well over an inch, like inch 0.25, inch and 3/4 size hail in that area already tonight.
Which for that part of the country, I mean, that is massive hail. I mean, they are not used to
Especially
seeing
in
that.
April.
Yeah, especially in April, 100%. Yeah, so that's they got an enhanced risk, and it's generally for hail, and that's why you can see really for the hail risk, which there is a pretty substantial risk. There's about a 30% chance centered in kind of almost where our tornado threat is, but then there's also a 30% chance in risk continuing all the way into our secondary enhanced over in eastern Virginia there. So really a multifaceted event we have, and a really broad area of wind risk. And I think, off towards the secondary enhanced risk in Virginia, there still is a chance for some strong winds, but it's not as great as we see off to the west with our storms that we have there. So that's kind of our high level. What are we looking at? 10,000 foot view. And they talked about. I always like to read what's in the discussion. And I would encourage you guys to read it too, because every time you read this, it's almost like you get educated. You're like, okay, there's some really smart people that are much smarter than me, and they are, able to really kind of lay it out for you. They've essentially said they've enhanced the wind threat a little bit, and they're still expecting a pretty significant outbreak of large to very large hail, several tornadoes, and damaging wind gusts all appear possible. And whenever you see strong tornadoes, right, think EF2 to EF5, and they're thinking, okay, there could be some strong tornadoes even this evening across parts of Kansas and Nebraska. So that's something that we're concerned about. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. And whenever you see that wording from the Storm Prediction Center, that's a big indicator that there could be some nasty storms tonight. So that's the kind of the 10,000 foot view. Now let's go and let's look at what's the current satellite. I always like to look at this as well, because this just shows you, okay, what do you see clouds wise? Do you see any boundaries? Do you see any storms? And it's starting to get dark out, right? So you can't really see this area that well. But if you pay attention, off in western Kansas and northern Nebraska, you can see two very distinct boundaries. And we think a lot of these storms are going to form along the dry line this afternoon or this evening. And if I would bet, and I don't know, Dan, Ryan, or Serena, if you guys disagree, but I would bet if we pulled up our dry line to see where it's at, it's got to be right along this kind of boundary right here, where as well as, I mean, maybe down into Oklahoma or Texas, it's along this boundary. But the fact that we're starting to see some clouds pop up here, that could be the start of some storms. They don't look like cumulus clouds just yet, but the fact that we're seeing some cloud development here could mean things are starting to set off for the evening.
Yeah, and it's wild to me too. I mean, you are losing your daytime heating. So when you think about the dynamics that need to be in play for a situation like this, for stuff to really start popping, what's probably going to be after dark for a lot of these locations. It's pretty cool. You look at the I like looking at the HRRR forecast model. I think it does a nice job. There's some other good high resolution short-term models. And when you start looking at when the fireworks begin here, I mean, it's after dark. So it's going to be interesting to see just how potent everything is going on there, with how much cape there is, how much shear there is, the amount of lift that dry line is going to produce. It's an interesting situation to see all this unfolding so late. Interesting is one word for it. Another word for it is incredibly dangerous, right? We don't like when these things happen at night. It's still early in severe weather season. And so hopefully people are really paying attention and have like severe weather radios ready to go.
Yeah. Elizabetta said hi, Serena. She said, I think she might have spelled Serena wrong, but no worries, Elizabetta.
No worries. We good.
She's loving that you're here. She said hi in the chat. She also said there's quite a bit of hail out in Virginia. I think if you're out there, if Elizabetta, if you got any pictures, send them to us. We'd love to show them on the show. show them on the show. Yeah, I just said that.
How can
but,
they send them to you, Brady? What's the best way to do
yeah,
that?
you can send them to me on Twitter at Stormcat5. So if you want to just send them, if you want to send them my way and just either tag me or give me a direct message on Twitter, I'll be able to see that and put that on there. So, and Ryan, I wanted to bring you in too, because you had said something really interesting earlier. I wasn't able to follow it all day, but you had said something about the data from the models have been pretty significantly delayed. Is that true?
To an extent.
Okay.
The models have not come out as regularly scheduled because of how they are disseminated.
Yeah.
Some of the sources work, some of the sources do not, and it's just a National Weather Service issue that they've been dealing with since roughly, I want to say 6Z.
Okay, interesting. Which is probably about like what 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. last night, right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, roughly 2 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
and that I think that would explain too why the last NAM model that we have on the NAM model, for those that aren't aware, the NAM model is just one of the models we look at. This is showing that it last was initialized, which means it was run at 12Z. So that's that is that's 8 a.m. this morning. So that means that we've lost a lot of some of our eyes tonight. So if you're looking at the models and you're like, why are these delayed? That's why. Looks like there's some data issues that we're having, or not I guess not our show specifically, but just kind of the servers, the National Weather Service and other things like that. So I'm sure they're working hard to fix it, but that's probably why you're seeing some of the delay in some of these models. So back to Serena's point, let's keep looking at the setup here and see what we got in terms of our different values of CAPE and some other parameters that we have. And look at this, guys, just off. So CAPE, once again, is a measurement of the amount of energy in the atmosphere, to put it simply. And my goodness, we've got the higher the number, the more energy that there is. And if this is right, which I think it is, we've got just 3,000, 3,500. This is surface based. Values over 1,000 for some of the outbreaks that we've done outbreak before. We had CAPE values of like 1,000, maybe 1,500. Seeing values of 3,000, 3,500. There might even be 4,000 in there. That's some pretty significant energy. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think these storms, there's some capping, right? Which anything in the blue is bad, red is, I guess, if you're wanting storms, blue is bad, red is good. But we still have, we have a decent cap still out there, and that's why we don't have widespread storms. But the fact that we have this, area of just plenty of CAPE is concerning. Once these things get going, they're going to have plenty of energy to be able to form and continue on into the evening and overnight. And that's why I think we're thinking that this could continue well into the overnight hours. Now, so we not only need energy for storms, we also need, if we're wanting to get rotating tornado producing storms, we also have to have what's called wind shear. And wind shear is basically the measurement of the change of wind direction and speed with height. The higher the number, the higher the wind shear, the more these storms have the potential to rotate. So any value over 20 to 30, if you're starting to get up 40, 50, 60, that's plenty of wind shear, right? That's plenty of turning of the winds and with direction and speed with height. And so looking at these numbers, right, you've got values of 70, 80 down in Texas, 65 to 70 in western Oklahoma, and values even up into where enhanced risk is. You've got a little bit less shear, still values of 30, 40, 50 knots, but it's not as much. But I think it's supposed to increase throughout the night, right? If we look over here, we go the trends and the forecast. I think it's slowly supposed to push north and west as this low really kind of ramps up. So it's got plenty of wind shear. Let's look and see if we have some helicity. Okay, so we've got values pretty. Once again, helicity is like it's how much the updraft tends to rotate. So the higher the values, the more the updraft of the storm, which that's like, if you think about, that's like a vacuum sucking up all that energy. That is the propensity for that updraft to rotate. So the higher the number, the greater chance that updraft is going to rotate, and the higher chance that you could produce a tornado. So, we see values of 300, 400, 500 down here in Texas. And same thing with the wind shear. There's not as much in our enhanced risk, but that, and if I would overlay our outlook here and maybe make it a little bit more visible, you can see there isn't a ton of helicity up in Nebraska and Kansas, but that, I think, if I would guess, that's going to, at the forecast, wow. Do you guys see that? Look at that. So this is 2 hours in the future. This is 4 hours in the future. My goodness.
Yeah, things are going to change. Yeah. And, it's funny. So two good points. One, that you don't always want to look for like the max area, right? It's like, if you look where your max cape is, your max helicity masses, I mean, they're interesting to see, but just like a good recipe, right? Like, I can relate storm chasing to baking far too easily. And it's like, okay, yeah, if you put in, like, make a recipe and it requires 10 cups of flour, cool, but it's also going to require like 14 eggs and a bunch of other stuff. And sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. Sometimes you just want a little bit, right? It's like sometimes moderate amounts of helicity, moderate amounts of caper are good enough to actually get things going really well because you have the right ratio of all the ingredients. So, it's always cool to see where the maxes are, but I think they're kind of interesting, and you leave it at that. Jess makes a really good point in our comment section talking about the mesoscale discussion. And I pulled it up, mesoscale discussion 448 from the Storm Prediction Center, saying a couple supercells likely to rapidly develop 10 p.m. to midnight. That's late. That's such a late window. And I think that's what's so important for people to realize that are in this like location or concerned or just curious about what's going on. These are late storms. They're way past my bedtime, darn it.
Yeah, and it's getting to mine too. But I'm gonna stay with this as long as I can tonight, guys. But I am actually right now. I'm not in my house. I'm traveling for work. So I'm in a hotel right now. So the fact that I'm able to stream is kind of amazing. But,
Brady, you're amazing. You're awesome, Brady.
No. I'm hoping I don't run out of data. So we'll see if I run out of data about halfway through this. We might have to have Dan and Ryan and Serena take over. But,
if you run out of data, I'll give you some.
Fantastic. I love it.
That's how this works. I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, so Serena made a good point. Let's go and let's look at this. So mesoscale discussion is a way for the National Weather Service to issue and say, hey, we were looking at this area, we're looking at that area. We might issue a tornado watch. It's kind of like a pre-watch, right? Where they're saying, hey, we're really focused on this area or that area. But so they issued this meso discussion. This is the most current meso discussion, and this was issued, I think, at 7:13 Central, so about 17 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they're saying watch likely, and I'm thinking they're gonna do. Usually, when they circle something with red, that means they're gonna issue a tornado watch. Sometimes they use blue for severe thunderstorm watch. And let me zoom in so people can see this a little bit better. But yeah, this is basically for central and kind of western Kansas, and that this dotted line or this kind of bumpy looking line, that's your dry line. That's going to be where storms are just going to blow up this evening and are already starting to blow up in Texas and Oklahoma. But yeah, I think they're basically saying rapid thunderstorm development and intensification appears probable at some point this evening, most likely by 10 p.m. to midnight. I'm hoping that's 10 p.m. I'm hoping it's not midnight. But
yeah, I mean, when you look at the HRRR, which, like I said, is my favorite. I know everyone's got their racehorse, right? If I can look at the at like the graph model that WSI IBM puts out, Weather Channel people, I like that one too. But that one could be harder to find. HRRR though is pretty good, and you really see like the first the first bubblings coming along here at like 2Z. There's a thing. There's like one reflectivity echo in the forecast at 2Z. Really doesn't start popping until like 3, 4, 5. It's like, oh man, it's going to be a late event.
I know. And I will say, I think looking at the HRRR, it's had some pretty, just in the past like 2 days, it's been pretty terrible with moisture.
Has it over there?
Oh,
it does a nice job up here in New England.
It's been struggling mightily. Like yesterday, I think it predicted, like I saw on Twitter, it said like a 55-degree dew point in Oklahoma at like 8 p.m. and it was actually 65. Like it was literally like 10-degree. Oh yeah, and so I would think that this HRRR is probably underdoing things, right? If we look at 9 p.m., that's right now 8. It really didn't have anything down, any like supercells down in Texas. But if we look at the radar, there's already a severe thunderstorm warned cell. It's kind of rogue. It's kind of off on its own, but is already produced some pretty big hail in the Oklahoma area. So, but I usually use HRRR as well. And it's generally pretty reliable, but for some reason, man, it just did not get the moisture right with this thing.
Yeah, now they all have their strengths and weaknesses. That's cool. I could see that.
And surprisingly, the NAM is definitely performing more appropriately for the moisture.
Yeah, it is, but it's not working. I can't even get it. So I haven't run since 12Z or 8 a.m. this morning. So I'm like, I can't even use that. At this point, people, we're in the nowcast. We are in the all right. Let's look and watch what happens. Models generally are like, okay, I can kind of tell what is going to happen, but it generally just looks. So look at satellite, look at radar, and then kind of look for monitor for trends. Now, one thing I saw that was pretty stark with this discussion is they're saying once stuff kicks off, once the fireworks start, it doesn't say widespread supercells, but there's going to be a couple of supercells, which supercells are kind of the strongest form of storms, and they think that they're going to be really large hail with these tornadoes, a couple of which could become strong. So they looks like they are pretty heavily considering a tornado watch. Likely will be issued probably within the next hour or two. So we'll have to watch that. But things are starting to ramp up in Kansas. All right, now let's go look. Let's see what our active watches and warnings are, and then we'll take a look at the radar, and we'll start to kind of bounce around with that. And Ryan, Serena, Dan, if you guys see anything on radar, you guys see anything interesting, just let me know and just interrupt me, and we'll keep going. But I'll look.
No, that works. And in fact, I'm gonna have to split. I know I'm like came early for the show. I've like. And have to leave early too, but I did want to like kick things off with you guys and wish you all luck and tell you that it's going to be a fun night. So looking forward to following here for a little bit, but then it's already past my bedtime. I'm a weenie.
Well, thanks for joining, Serena. So I'm sure the chat. Let's give a lot of love to Serena Arnold in the chat. Serena, where can they follow you before you head off?
Yeah, everything is WX Serena, WXCYRENA. So hopefully brought a few people over from TikTok and said, come check this out. And they stay with you guys tonight because it's going to be some good coverage. It'll be a good time. So
perfect. All right, Serena, thank you for joining.
Good to see you.
Have fun, guys.
Oh, we will. This is going to be a fun night. At some point too, I might need one of you guys to do some like juggling or something. Cause I ate or haven't eaten dinner yet. It's sitting right to my left. So I'm going to slowly probably get little squirrel bites as we go throughout this. But anyway, okay, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at the only active tornado watch, and this is for really central Texas, just east of Midland, Texas. They're one of our sponsors, so they gave us. I think they're based out of Midland, Texas. I'd have to check.
No, they're actually out of Kansas.
Okay. All right. Well, that was a good
Midland
try by
weather.
me. Good
Yeah.
try by me. But Central Texas, Abilene, San Angelo, and then I think like very south western Oklahoma are in this tornado watch. This was issued. Several hours ago, 2:30 Central, so about 5 hours ago, and it goes till 9 Central. So this goes till 10 Eastern. So about another hour and a half. And they had said a couple of tornadoes possible. I think that tornado watch was when those cells were starting to fire earlier. So I think there's still probably a threat for some strong storms here, possibly to refire as we go throughout the night. But it doesn't look like there's necessarily any immediate threat else than that one storm about to move into southern portions of Oklahoma.
Yeah, that Alta storm.
Yeah, that cell had been a lot more intense earlier.
It did, yeah. Let's just look at that thing because I was at work and I didn't get a chance to look at it. But let's look and just see how this sucker was moving. Okay, let me actually do some scrolling here. Okay, so this storm formed. This is about. Let's see. Why isn't it showing me the time? Okay, so this was about at 6:35. This was about 2 hours ago. Really started to get going, and it formed a pretty solid hail core there for a while. Probably dropped some ping pong. I don't know, Ryan, if you could see on your end what the hail reports were from this thing as it moved up, but it definitely looked like it produced some decent hail. And now it's that other cell. There were two cells that one kind of fell apart, and now it looks pretty. It still looks like it's dropping some hail about 1 inch, it says, but doesn't look incredibly strong at this point. But still a storm to take seriously.
Yeah, I guess we were looking at about an inch.
Yeah, and they just looks. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
So I've got LSRs up on the regional view.
Okay.
So it looks like it was about 1 3/4 measured.
Okay, got it. So about it. Okay, so it's a decent amount. Fairly big hail. Nothing too crazy. Not watermelon size, but that's good. But still, an inch and a quarter isn't something to laugh at. But and they just looks like. Yeah, go ahead.
1.75.
Oh, okay, 1.75. Okay, that's bigger. I always need to get the National Weather Service like frame of reference of like, okay, is 1.75. I think 2 inches is a baseball. Or no, is 2 inches a I don't know. I'd have to check. I always forget. But they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning. So, I think they think that this thing's going to keep producing hail. Some pretty strong winds with this thing moving northeast. So they're expecting some decently big hail that you get some hail damage to vehicles. Just please do not go under an overpass and sit there. Just get into your garage, please. That is the worst thing you can do when a severe thunderstorm comes. All right, so that's that storm. Where's all the action right now? All the action is up here in really in South Dakota, which is just to the, kind of at the very edge of our severe threat here. But it's a pretty, I think this is like a surging warm front maybe on the northern side of this storm system. But there are several severe thunderstorm warnings right now just moving. We just had a pretty strong storm move through Rapid City. That had, the warning says it had 1.5 or 1.25 inch hail, so fairly big. This was an area that we had our first storm chase ever at Rapid City, South Dakota. We went through there like 3 times, and I think we saw we stayed in Rapid City a couple nights, and it was pretty fun. I think we went to that's where the Mount Rushmore is, right? I'm pretty sure, because that's where or I think it might be a little bit for the north and west. But we did see that. We saw the Badlands. It was a great trip. But that's where these storms are now. So in western South Dakota, got some pretty strong storms with some big hail. I don't think really there's a huge tornado threat with these, at least right now. But there is some pretty big hail with these up here in Rapid City. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those if they continue to get stronger as we go throughout the evening. And I just want to see, just for fun, see how these move through and see what we got for the last. I always love going back and looking at the radar loop just to kind of see how these storms evolved. Because sometimes if you look at how they evolve, you can see how they will, possible trends to see, okay, maybe are they going to remain isolated or are they going to combine into a big line? And they started isolated, and then now they're increasing coverage and now starting to all combine into one big blob of hail. That's just not fun, probably, if you live in Rapid City or just to the east.
That storm north of Wall, though, definitely looks interesting to me.
This one, the storm north of Rapid City?
North of
Wall.
Just the one to the east of it. Yeah.
Yes. Phil, is that and let's welcome in Phil Johnson, host of the Stormfront Freaks podcast. And Phil, is that where Wall Drug was? Do you know? Oh, hold on. Phil's on mute. Let me unmute him. All right, Phil, I think you got it. It won't let me unmute you.
All right, I'm unmuted now.
There we go.
Okay, but unfortunately, yes, that is the home of Wall Drug.
Is it really? Yes. No. Oh, no. So they just got crushed then. Let's just look. Okay. So this was what? This was at 8:10. And I'm hoping that Wall Drug is inside. If Wall Drug is right where that wall sign is. So Wall Drug, for those that don't know, it's a pretty famous, like, how would you say it, Phil? Is like a truck stop or, I mean, it's more than a truck stop. It's like a massive conglomerate of
it's a tourist trap.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's a tourist trap. So think of all the family touristy locations you've ever been to, and it's like that. Like I think of Wisconsin Dells. It's kind of like that. Brainerd, Minnesota, is a little bit like that. What's Metamora, Indiana?
Okay,
is a little bit like that. It's just kind of, yeah.
That's kind of what.
This was Brady. This was where you guys got in line to get food at the cafe.
Yes,
and I got stuck behind the funeral home bus that was dropping off a bunch of put in the grave individuals that were in line in front of me, taking forever.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, we got in line because there was like a famous dish here, whatever. But this is some of these pictures are kind of what it looks like. But and that jackrabbit right there, you can actually climb that and get on top of that and take a picture. So, but yeah, there was like a famous dish there. I think it was like something with gravy, and we all went through, and Phil got stuck behind this massive tour bus of like 50 people. Coming, I don't know. I think they were pretty old. They came right from the retirement home, and Phil just got stuck in it like 20 minutes after us. So that's what Wall Drug is.
So I'll tell you what, I will share my screen. This is thanks to Ryan and Allison House. This is GR Earth, and this will show you. So here's Wall. I think I gotta share it so everyone sees it. There we go. So here's Wall, and this is Wall Drug is right off the interstate here. It's kind of in this conglomerate.
Ooh, that's gonna be close.
And I'll drop the radar on it right now, and we will see.
It's gonna be close.
How close we are. Oh, it looks like it just. Which direction is it moving?
It's moving north, west, mostly north, but a little bit of a westward component.
So it has passed Wall Drug. It looks like.
Wow. Yeah, and I think the big hail core, probably like Phil. If you go back a couple of frames, I think I think the big hail core just skirted it to the east.
Yeah, it looks like a 1.25.
Ooh. Wow. Oh, thank goodness. The wall drug people are
Just got skirted. Yep.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jess,
Phil, if you don't mind, just add the LSR. Top right. Yeah. There you go. So
okay.
Yeah, 1.25 hail in Quinn.
And it looks I think the actual bigger hail was right there on that frame. Was the bigger hail. So I bet there was probably hail that was bigger than that.
do the mesh 1 hour.
Yeah. So I just put the maximum estimated hail size.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're in the, what is that, Ryan? Like 1.5 in here?
One. Yeah, at least.
Okay.
It depends on the fallout, but yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's good news for people that like the wall drug. And I think Jess was saying it's a super big tourist trap / Cracker Barrel shop. That's a pretty good way to describe it. I mean, it's fun. It's a good time, right? Cindy says she lives just east of Rapid and west of Wall. Okay, Cindy. So you looks like, wow, you got lucky here, because this just, you got skirted on the, or you just got missed by a couple of storms on the west side, and then you had this other storm move through Wall that was our two kind of big hail producers, it looks like, in the area. So I think you probably got some rain, but you got lucky there. You didn't get some big hail, so that's good. Hopefully, I don't know exactly where you live, but hopefully you didn't get too hit there. Cindy says it's a jackalope, not a jackrabbit. Lol. Yeah. Did you know that, Phil? Did you know it was a jackalope? What even is a jackalope?
Yeah, so a jackalope is a jackrabbit with like horns, like little deer horns or something. Antelope horns.
Is that
antelope
an
horns? No. Well, yeah.
Hold on, Dan's shaking his head. Yes, Dan, you think that's an actual animal? Is it, or is that like a reindeer? Actually,
it's like a leprechaun. Yeah, and it's like a reindeer. Well,
they
a flying reindeer.
You just have to find them.
Okay. You know what? That's a good point. How do we know it's not real until we find them? Right? I mean, how do we know a unicorn's not real? Because I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, we got some nasty storms up here in western South Dakota. This was actually right where we chased Phil. We've got some nasty storms with some big hail and some strong winds. I think big hail is really the main threat with these. Probably some good lightning up there. As the sun sets, that'll be a nice, good lightning show. But nothing too bad. I mean, still take these warnings seriously. Get your cars inside if you can. Don't park them under an overpass. Make sure you have any outdoor furniture, if you have anything like that, or if you have any kids still playing ball at the park, make sure you get them in before these storms roll through. Because with all of these, you're going to have a lot of lightning, and you don't want people outside, especially this time of year. There's a lot of people doing spring activities, and when thunder roars, you want to go indoors. So Jess said, "Reindeer see real too, Brady." Yep. Well, reindeer are real, and I realized that as I was saying that. But I was thinking of like the reindeer at Christmas. So
Yeah, the flying reindeer.
Maybe
is in question.
Thank you, Phil. JRB Storm said, "How do you know you're waiting for more storms to fire? Discussing whether or not the jackalope actually exists." That is, you're very intuitive, JRB. You're very intuitive. I love it. And we've got some good storms going on right now that we're going to keep monitoring as we go throughout the show. All right, so let's just update everyone on the warnings right now. Currently right now we have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, most of which are in South Dakota. 1 flash flood warning, and actually, you know what? We also have some warnings over here in Kentucky that I didn't realize that we haven't talked about yet. And we've got some nasty storms over here too, just east of Louisville. We've got 2 warnings over here. We've got a 1 severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Louisville, We've got another severe thunderstorm warning just about probably 30 miles south of Cincinnati. Both of those storms, I believe, are moving off to the east. So we don't think there's necessarily going to be a strong or significant tornado threat with these, but there still is a non-zero risk with these storms. And then moving off into just south of about probably 40 miles south of Charleston, another severe thunderstorm warning with hail about an inch is on the warning right now. And these storms, and let me just put this in motion to see what we got here. And that's going to go 50 frames to the past. I don't want to do that. Let's try 21. Yeah, so these storms are generally kind of meandering to the east southeast. So they're kind of pushing. I believe there's some sort of front that's pushing these things, or I think it's right. These storms are riding along a front right now, but looks like there's some pretty nasty storms. And really, these two storms just east of Louisville probably are our biggest threat right now, with another group of storms just to the south of Richmond, Virginia. And let's just put the motion on these, see where these. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at the outflow on that. So when we say outflow, we are talking about this right here, this line. And if you live in any of these areas, you might even be able to, sometimes when you have a really pronounced area of outflow like this. Well, first of all, what is outflow? These are like the winds from these storms are all pushing to the south like this. And so what that does is when you have really moist air out in front of it, causes the air out in front of it to rise. Because think about a bowling ball. If a bowling pin gets hit with a bowling ball, and you hit it pretty straight on, it's probably sometimes it'll get knocked back. But if there's a bunch of bowling pins behind it, it's probably going to get knocked high in the air, possibly. So that's exactly what this wind is doing. It's a bowling ball, and it's bumping all that air up, and then that air forms this on radar. And you can even sometimes see it as like a shelf, it almost looks like. And that cloud will move out ahead of these thunderstorms and can actually cause them to die out if it pushes too far. It can also spawn other storms. And the really interesting thing is, if you look at this, you can actually, if you really look at it in slow motion here, look off to the east, or sorry, the west. You see how these other storms are kind of popping up? That's from the outflow of the storm. So it's really actually kind of fascinating to look at on radar. It can cause other storms to pop up, and it's pretty cool to see in person too. And you'll actually, if you're here, if you're trying to find a city, if you're in Emporia or Franklin, and you're here, you'll actually see you'll feel a like a burst of cold, windy weather that you can feel at the surface. So it's pretty cool to see if you've ever seen one of those before.
You want me to play Timmer talking about outflow boundaries?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll get my food.
Sometimes those complexes of storms are needed, though. They can leave behind an outflow boundary, basically acting as almost a pseudo warm front that can enhance wind shear along it. It can enhance moisture thermodynamics as well. So sometimes those complexes of storms are needed depending on the setup. If it's one of those corn belt type setups where the upper level system is shearing out over top of a ridge, sometimes those have kind of marginal wind shear, and they need an outflow boundary left behind by a complex of storms to really get those ingredients necessary for tornadoes. So sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I'm hoping there's a complex of storms and an outflow boundary is getting left behind. And if there is, then I start analyzing the short range models, and I try to assess if the atmosphere is going to have the ability to recover afterward. I use the RAT model a lot for that. And you use a lot of visual observation, a lot of radar, a lot of surface obs as well to kind of see just how strong that stable air is being generated by a complex of storms.
So this is, Brady, this is Rapid City. I heard you talking a little bit about Rapid City. This is about an hour ago now, but you can see what they were dealing with at that point. As you're stuffing your face.
I thought that video was longer. I was like, all right. These
are all a minute. They're all about a minute, right?
Hey, that's okay. That's all right. Yeah, that looks like those storms look pretty high based. So when we say high base, we're looking at how far is that storm off the ground, and the lower the storm, sometimes the higher the tornado, or the easier it is for a tornado to form. But the higher the storm, oftentimes can cause you to not be able to get tornadoes so easily. So that's probably why there's not really that big of a tornado threat with these storms, probably because they have a pretty high base, meaning it's just going to be a lot harder for a tornado to get going up as they kind of move into South Dakota. But cool. It's a cool view. JRB Storm asked, what's on the menu, buddy? Well, I'm going to Florida in a month, and making a salad tonight. Got a nice Caesar salad. Can't really see it that well. Although there's a lot of croutons in this thing, and that's, if anyone's been on a diet before, you know croutons are the devil. They take your salad and just like, there goes all the carbs, right? But
so what's on the menu when you go to Florida?
Oh gosh, what's on the menu when I go to Florida? Well, you know, I gotta try. I've been eating so poorly lately that I gotta try to at least, you know, have a salad, you know, once a week. So when I go to Florida, though, I think I'm gonna try seafood for the first time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it better be seafood.
I don't eat seafood, so I'm going to try it. And I don't know if I would love people in the chat could give me a recommendation of like what fish I should start with. Should I start with like fried fish, salmon? I don't want to do octopus or calamari because the tentacles would wig me out a little bit. But you know, I'm open to suggestions. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on the cams. Phil, if you see anything else interesting, put it up, and we'll keep an eye on those. I think there'll still be probably some nighttime cameras that we can look at. And while we're looking at that, why don't we go back to our view here, because we can look at what is it going to be like tomorrow, because we also might be going live tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be interesting as well. And why don't we just quickly get into our setup for tomorrow?
Time now for our outbreak setup.
All right. So this right now we're looking at is the day 2 convective outlook. So this is what we're looking at. This is straight from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. Why do we always pull this up? First of all, this is just it's a really good resource because these are some of probably the most the smartest people, the smartest minds associated with severe weather and storms. A lot of these people have gone through years and years and years of schooling and know a lot more than I will ever know about thunderstorms. And so these outlooks that they put out are generally what we all use to kind of gauge, along with looking at the models and stuff like that. But we all use these to be able to kind of see, okay, what do we think, or what is the National Weather Service thinking on the storms tomorrow? And right now they have an enhanced risk in parts of Iowa, northern Missouri, and western Illinois, with a slight risk in the surrounding areas. And also, look, hold on. Do you guys see what this kind of looks like? What does this look like to you?
I don't want to comment.
Well, no. Okay, no. It
weather peen. It's a weather peen.
Maybe. Also, wait. Think of a character. Does this resemble any cartoon character? Think Nickelodeon. What do you guys think of the chat?
I grew up without cable, so I cannot comment.
Well,
it's probably a good thing.
What do we think in the chat? What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think this is, Elizabeth thinks it's a weather peen. Cindy, Squidworth. Anyone else got any guesses?
It's got a duckish look.
It does. Elizabeth says Ed from Ed, and Eddie, or Squidward. All right. We have a winner. It is Squidward. That's what I was thinking of. It's
What?
Squidward from SpongeBob, right? There's his big nose. And then here's kind of his oddly shaped head, maybe. I don't know. Garrett thinks it's Ichabod Crane from Disney Sleepy Hollow. Is that a name?
Ichabod
Oh,
Crane.
okay.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I have never seen
There's
that show.
there's a big generation gap there between Ichabod Crane and Squidward.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Oh, Cindy and Elizabeth, great work. Garrett, good guess. I wish I would have known who that is, but I do not. You know what? Why don't we do this? Let's see if we can do a side by side and see if this actually is good. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me try and pull this up. I mean, you guys see it, right? The little with the little nose. Okay, maybe a side view. Kinda, right?
I think we're stretching now.
We are, yeah. We're definitely stretching a little bit. Yeah,
We're definitely waiting for the storms to really initiate. That's what we're doing.
Hey, the National Weather Service is anytime now. But anyway, so let's get back to this outlook for tomorrow, because this is also looks like it's going to be a pretty active day, and we've got an enhanced risk and a slight risk, and then a marginal risk even for parts of the Ohio Valley. Another 10% Hatch tornado risk. That's the same risk we have today. Once again, it's a 10% chance to see a tornado, possibly a strong tornado, within this area of yellow, within any point within 25 miles. So now, once again, looking at these outlooks, these are not. If you live in any of these areas, these are not. This isn't to scare you. This isn't to hype the event up. This isn't to say you're going to get hit by a tornado. If you look at the odds, if you think about it, 10% is pretty low of you seeing a tornado within 25 miles of your house or wherever you are at any point. So the chances of you actually getting hit by a tornado are very low. So it's not, we don't want to scare you guys and think, okay, oh my gosh, this is going to be the end of the world, right? Even on like the moderate day, I said the same thing. But it is important that if you do live in these areas, you could get some pretty nasty storms. And if you do get a tornado warning, the reason why we're telling you about this now is you have a plan in place, right? You have a place to go where you can go like, either in your basement or to the most interior room in your house, preferably with no, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside, right? So no windows, hopefully, if you can avoid that. The basement is the safest place. So it's a good, we don't want to scare you, but you want to have a plan if something does happen. If the worst does happen and you do get a warning, a tornado warning, you want, even if it's a thunderstorm warning, right? You want to have a plan in place to be able to say, this is where I'm going to go and this is what I'm going to do. And that's all that we want you to do. We don't want to scare you and for you to kind of have a lot of anxiety about it, because chances are you're not going to get hit, which is a good thing. But this so this is the risk for tomorrow. We've got a pretty decent tornado risk. We've got a not as bad of a wind risk. That is really looking like Squidward. And then a pretty solid hail risk. So tornadoes and hail looks like are a big. And let me put our cities in there so you can see. Yeah, you got Des Moines in there. You got really Des Moines, the biggest city in there. You got Hannibal in there. I think Hannibal's in Missouri, I believe. But those are your two big cities in there. Then Springfield, Jefferson, Kansas City, you're right on the edge of that 5%. Omaha, you're on the 2%. So Chicago even is in the very edge of that 2%. But still, could get some nasty storms, especially as we go throughout the overnight, into the afternoon and evening hours, I think is the timing for this. But it's the same storm system that's causing our storms today are going to be causing our storms tomorrow. And the conditions actually look like they could be even better tomorrow in terms of the shear and the helicity that we're going to get. So.
Yeah, I think when this boundary pushes northeast, it's definitely going to spawn some storms that will be significant leading into Illinois and even Ohio. So
Yeah. Garrett Beverly says, I believe Iowa go off the chart tomorrow.
or
Yesterday's
sorry,
run.
Iowa. That's what I meant.
Yeah. No, you're right on the money there, Ryan. So Garrett said he believes Iowa will go off the chart tomorrow. Yesterday's run should have a lot of string pearls popping up. Yeah, and I think there could be a decent amount of supercells tomorrow as we go throughout the overnight or the afternoon and evening. I think tomorrow probably will get things started a little bit earlier than today. So
yeah, that low level jet is definitely going to kick in overnight and fire things up a lot earlier tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, low level jet is what you never want to hear that if you're in a area that might get severe storms, because that's essentially that's wind at the mid part of the atmosphere, or the lower parts of the atmosphere that really causes storms to crank up and rotate pretty quickly. Phil, what do you got?
So this is kind of this is a camera between Belvedere and Stamford, South Dakota. But this is along the I-90 stretch, and this is kind of facing a little bit west. So if you were to pull up radar, you'd kind of see roughly where this is at. Nothing doesn't look too dramatic on radar, but at least you can kind of see the cloud edge. And
we now have a tornado watch all the way through Kansas on the west side, leading up into the southern end of the severe thunderstorm watch in Nebraska.
Is Ryan, are you sharing your screen at times,
or
do
am
you
not.
at times?
I guess I should, huh?
You could, yeah. Like if there's something you see or pop up, just you can hit the present button at the bottom.
Right. Yeah.
And then just let Brady know, and he can pull it up. And same thing for Dan, but I think Dan knows that routine.
Yep. Yeah, cool. Well, and we see that. We can see that screen, Ryan. So when you want to share something, just let me know, and I'll pull that screen in.
Did you guys cover Ryan? Did you guys cover any of that outage that's been going on today? Did you talk about that at all?
We didn't really. Yeah, we slightly talked about it. Just the overnight hours were definitely not great. As far as the National Weather Service had to. A lot of WFOs, weather forecast offices had to cover each other because of network issues. So I believe there was one that covered 4 other offices. One forecast office covered.
Oh my gosh!
4 others in a
serious?
backup. I am not kidding. Yes,
That's terrible.
That is how the network was going overnight when it came to that. And it's great that we have these backups in place in the weather service, but I don't envy those forecasters.
So put that in perspective. Tomorrow you go to work and 4 of your coworkers who are supposed to be doing work and would be doing work if they could, can't. So they don't show up to work. So now it's you having to do the work of 4 other people on top of your daily job. That is, I do not envy whoever worked at that National Weather Service office. Because if you think about it, right, all the National Weather Service offices across the country every day do forecasting. A lot of the forecasts that you see are done by National Weather Service forecasters. At least if you look on their website, a lot of these products, the Storm Prediction Center. And every office has to do forecasts for their entire area every single day, nonstop, 24 hours a day. And so if you think about it, if 4 other offices go down and can't work, then you've got one office that's like, all right, now I got to do the forecast for this and that and that. Not only my existing area, but also these 3 or 4 other areas. I bet they're probably when they get off tonight, they're going to have some, go home and have whatever comfort food that they can, because it was probably one hell of a day. Jess says she bet there were some extras called in. Yeah, you're probably right. They probably called some people in. All right, so yeah, JRB Storm says that he thinks it really comes down to tonight. If a storm forms along the dry line ahead of the cold front, a tornadic supercell is likely. And I would agree with that. And so does the National Weather Service. And that's why they just, the Storm Prediction Center just issued a tornado watch. And this includes Dodge City, Kansas. Dodge City, I think, probably would want to avoid having a tornado. I know they had a pretty significant tornado several years ago. Russell, Kansas, Garden City, even very like north, kind of in the panhandle of Oklahoma, as well as northwestern Oklahoma, Gage, Oklahoma. You're in this tornado watch. And then southern portions of Nebraska, you're in this tornado watch right now. And this goes till, so this was just issued 8:05 p.m. Central, which was about 7 minutes ago. And this goes until 3 a.m. Tonight Central Time. So that means that, wow. That means they think this tornado threat is going to continue probably into the overnight hours. Once again, we're going to stay on as long as we can. But we may not be able to hit every single warning tonight like we usually try to. But, yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
All right, so this is near Parmalee, South Dakota. This is basically within the severe thunderstorm warning. That's down there. What's that along? That's along. Boop, boop, boop. US 18. But definitely see some strong rain bands there.
Oh yeah. I think you can see a storm behind it too. You see right through.
Right. Yeah. You can kind of see
giant anvil behind it.
Yep.
Mega anvil. I love that. And that's what the cool thing about going and chasing that area, because look how flat it is. You can see for miles and miles and miles, and there's not a lot of trees, and if there's a storm somewhere, you're gonna be able to see what's going on, which is kind of cool.
Cindy Ann says thunder, lightning, rain, and hail at my home in South Dakota.
Yeah, she lives. She commented earlier. She lives west of Wall, east of Rapid City. So
Got it.
She was just kind of getting missed from the big ones, but she probably got some smaller stuff, which is good. Garrett was saying South Dakota is beautiful to chase in. Yes, the Badlands National Park is up there, and it is absolutely gorgeous. We went up there for our first storm chase trip, and I think, is that a national park, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's a national park, but there's not really a lot of green, right, Phil? There was a lot of desert and bluffs and other things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's some pretty cool wildlife there. Phil or Greg Johnson, Tornado Greg, as you guys know him, was he's in he couldn't join us tonight. I think he's in Africa, but he was looking for snakes in the Badlands. So he wanted to bring me a snake, and I was like, dude, if you get that snake anywhere near me, there's going to be some serious problems, because I do not do snakes. Okay. Well, we'll come back to these as we go. So this tornado watch, central Kansas, southern Nebraska, northwestern Oklahoma. It covers part of the panhandle. The very western portions, though, it does not, and that's because I think the dry line is already past that. And this is pretty interesting. The National Weather Service was saying that moderate across the board. So moderate tornadoes, moderate EF2, moderate severe wind. And when they say moderate, that's actually, I didn't even notice this. Look at this little trick. If you hover over the moderate, it'll tell you what probability it is. That's fun.
Yeah, I'd be watching that just based on infrared satellite, just in the Oklahoma Panhandle, moving further northeast towards Dodge City.
Let's look at that real quick.
And I'm sharing my screen. If
oh, okay, yeah. Let's pull that up. It's better. Oh, look at that. So there's, I think that's where your dry line is, right?
Yeah,
Possibly?
absolutely. Yeah. And it's just riding this dry line right here. Oh, sorry. Pulling. Wow. Sorry. Pulling straight into northeast into Kansas.
Yeah, so that's gonna be your so the red box is your tornado watch. So that was the watch that was just issued, and then you see those infrared colors. That's how we can at night be able to see where the clouds are. So if you got your blues, you've got your whites. That's some clouds that are starting to form. That was that very little kind of itty bitty cloud burst that we talked about earlier. That was starting to form, and that is where you're going to have most likely your explosive initiation, right? And once these things that it's going to be like a grenade, probably. We're going to go from nothing to probably a couple just huge storms in probably a matter of minutes. So what Ryan's showing on his screen right now, that's probably going to be, that could be the start. It might not go in the next couple minutes, but we'll have to keep a close eye on that area, because there's some really high Cape values. Now it's just if it can overcome that little cap there, we'll see some pretty explosive development. That's pretty cool. And Ryan, this is radar data provided by Allison House, correct? And I think is this GR Earth or GR Analyst?
This is GR Earth, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
the regional view. Share with me, just so from my knowledge too, Ryan. So what basically what layers do you have showing at this point?
Okay, so at this point, this is the mesoscale discussions. I'm not sure if my pop-ups don't show up.
Yeah, that's okay. But I see it.
So the mesoscale discussion right here, just saying, hey, it's likely, SPC thinks, hey, it's likely that we'll do something. And even when that was issued, it was a 80% chance of a watch being issued. The watch was issued. The pink color is a tornado watch, and that watch, at this point, it's called a probability table. Tells you what the SPC thinks is going, like probabilities for what's going to happen. Is wind going to be the primary threat, or are tornadoes going to be the primary threat? And the probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 60%.
Wow.
And that's what the SPC thinks.
Yeah.
And this is the infrared satellite imagery.
Okay.
Yeah. And the darker area is basically there's a lot more moisture there, just north of Liberal. And so as this carries on along the dry line, it's going to move northeast. And as this carries on, there's a lot more potential for supercells.
Especially, so it's moving into that area is basically what you're talking about, yes?
Correct, yes. More towards Dodge City is what I would estimate, depending on the winds.
Yep, and that's where we got a lot of our decent amount of our storm chasers, or not our storm chasers, but storm chasers are grouped in that area. I always like, yeah, that. Oh, there, yeah. Look at that. So I think each green thing is a car, right?
Yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
So the storm chasers, I love that because there's some really smart people that are storm chasers, and when you see, not always, a lot, sometimes the outlier gets it, but oftentimes when you see a bunch of storm chasers all converging on the same point, they're all seeing what we're seeing, and they're all thinking Dodge City is the place to be right now. So it's pretty. There's probably some pretty fun gas station meetups happening right now out there, because that's what you got to do when you're waiting for storms. You got nothing else to do than go to a gas station and get a really terrible hot dog.
And these winds, they just look incredibly favorable with the south-southeast wind. South-southeast bringing all that moisture.
Yep. And there's a ton of moisture, and the hallucity values are starting to ramp up pretty quick there. So, and I love this view because it shows you the watch, it shows you the mesoscale discussion, and really for those that may not understand the difference between a watch and a mesoscale discussion, I think of a mesoscale discussion like, if I put it in date terms, it's like me texting my date, I'm about to come over, or I might come over tonight, and we might go to see a movie or go to dinner or something, and then the actual watch is like saying, hey, let's I'm actually going to pick you up and we'll go to dinner. Right, that's the actual action of going to dinner. It was a stupid analogy, but the mesoscale discussion is kind of like, hey, I think something's going to happen. This might happen, and then the watch is actually saying, hey, the conditions are right. It is possibly going to happen, and then warning is obviously like, okay, that's the highest level. Warning is like, hey, not only is it happening, but there's a storm that is possibly producing either a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning. So.
The warning's you ringing the doorbell?
Yes, a warning is you ringing the doorbell. Yep, that is a really good. Garrett says felt cute, might tornado later. Wow, Garrett, that was Johnny.
This has been an Outbreak educational minute. That was an Outbreak educational minute from Brady on what a mesoscale discussion is. Did you not eat dinner today? It's like,
no.
What the hell?
I literally got home from work, and then I was like, all right, I need to go run. So I just took like a 30-minute run, and then I ordered dinner, and it just took too long, and then it was like, all right, well, I'm going to do nothing now.
Everybody's tuning in to catch Stormcat 5 chowing down on salad
Caesar
dinner.
Salad. Yeah,
there you go.
Fancy feast.
Oh gosh, please no, Dan. I cannot do that. Oh.
So it's the dues right now: Garden City 39, Dodge City 56, and Pratt, Kansas 65. So that's your gradient right there.
Wow. So I wonder, Ryan, can we pull up? Can we do dew points here and just kind of see where that possible dry line is?
Yeah, let's see.
Because that's a pretty stark difference. 39 to 57 to 65. That's.
Gosh, there's Ulysses, Kansas is at 18, so it's very dry on the backside of that.
Yikes!
Then, you got the sublet at 53. So
wow, there's your dry line.
We know exactly where the dry line is. That's for sure.
Now, did you say Dodge City was what? What was Dodge City?
56.
Huh.
And that's whenever this last updated.
Right. Yeah, those METARs only update every 30 minutes at most.
That doesn't strike me as very high. I mean, I know that's high enough, but
well, it's 65 in Pratt, just east of there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so
65 in Pratt, and then 63 in Great Bend, and then 62 in Hayes, 63 in Russell. So as this dry line meets those dues,
yeah, and I think actually, looking at some of the models I was looking at earlier, the dry line's actually supposed to push back west tonight as we go into the overnight hours. I think there's going to be like moisture surging off the Gulf. So I think probably Dodge City's probably on the up in terms of the moisture rather than.
I think we're already seeing this pushback in the infrared, even just kind of pushing itself. So overnight, which is look at all this moisture.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is going to be kind of dicey when it comes to Ohio.
Oh yeah.
Illinois.
So Ryan, what's the difference between, for example, showing the METAR dew points or the mesofill, like 2 meter dew points? Is there what's the main difference there? I sometimes like what the mesofill look.
Okay.
Because you visually can see it as well a little bit better.
Yeah. So the mesofill is still just a model.
Okay.
But it's the HER, HRRR.
Yep.
So in that regard, here's your tornado potential right now.
Whoa, that's pretty high.
And that's just an assessment of the current conditions, but they do it hourly. So in that regard, there's that. But the dew points, you can obviously see the dry line right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just west of Dodge City. It's very clear. So the difference really, like when you have the METARs pulled up, those are the every 30-minute conditions. When you have the model pulled up, you're getting every hour instead. And that model actually uses those METARs the surface observations.
Yeah.
To basically show you what is going on, what is realistically going on.
Got it. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
they're at airports. They're at airports. They're at various locations that there's observers. They're sitting there watching planes come in. Yeah. And they need to make sure that those conditions that are observed by these weather stations are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And they sign off on them, essentially.
Yeah. I know Bob. Bob does that. I know Bob. He and I are pretty close. The one that sits at that airport. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember Bob as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so yeah, if you think about like airports, and Mount Washington, which if you guys watch the podcast, we went up there. They had some pretty cool weather sensors up there, but it's like, it's taking temperature, it's taking dew point. Dew point is how much moisture is in the air. It's taking wind direction. So all of that and more. So all of that is what we call like a METAR. And there's there's a lot more to it, but kind of simplified, it's basically what are the current conditions at a current point. And I think they're done, to Ryan's point, possibly every 30 minutes. And so there's all these observations that we use to say, okay, how hot is it? How much moisture is there? And they not only do this for severe weather, they do this just for the weather across the country to see. And so we can look at those and say, okay, how much, at Dodge City, like we said, doesn't look as moist as just off to the east, right? You can see it on this map. Right, that dry line, that moisture is starting to kind of surge back up into that tornado watch, and as it does that's only just going to increase our tornado threat. Because really, if we want to see, well, I guess we never want to see this, but if you're looking to get long track, strong tornadoes, generally you want to have dew points of over 60, mid to upper 60s, low 70s is pretty high, but 60s and low 70s is generally what you look for to get these strong tornadoes that can keep, because the more moisture generally you have, sometimes that helps, or a lot of times that helps instability and get that going. Yeah. And Elizabeth has said MU Cape mix Cape. Yeah, that's a good call out there. It's some fat Cape. Yes. Elizabetta knows her weather terms. I love that. And JRB Storm says, and the winds are definitely more backed as you get towards Pratt. Yeah, backed. We mean that they tend to be if we hear backed profiles, that's generally a good sign for tornadoes. Jess says she likes thick cape. Yes, we do like thick cape. Well, it depends. If your house is in the way of these storms, we don't like thick cape. But if you want to see some severe storms, generally that's how you can get.
Yeah, and this is SIGTOR probability, STP.
Now, what is SIGTOR? What does that mean?
So significant tornado probability essentially just tells you that it's a combination of different metrics when it comes to determining what may lead to a tornado and what may lead to a significant tornado. And typically a significant tornado would be EF2 or higher. And in this case, it's a 1 out of 5 or 0 to 5 scale. And in this case, we're looking at 3.
Wow. So the brighter or kind of the darker the colors, the higher the parameter, which is the higher the chance. Well, the more the conditions are right for a tornado, a significant tornado to occur. Right.
Correct. Yeah. And then actually it was closer to a 4.5. So,
wow.
But that's just, that doesn't take into account the forecast. Are things going to die off? We don't know.
Yeah, we don't. And honestly, I mean, the events like these, the smallest little thing could cause it to could cause things to mess up. So, oh wow, if you look at the radar, this is actually kind of incredible to look at. We can really tell where the dry line is on the radar, just like you could do on the satellite. So, but the smallest little thing can make all the difference in an event like this. But if things do go off, it's going to be explosive, and it's going to be fast. It's going to go up really fast, and you're going to have a couple of supercells that are just going to kind of materialize and grow pretty rapidly upscale into some pretty nasty storms. I'm gonna pull in the radar real quick, Ryan, while you're looking on there, and I want to show let's see. Let me show what I just saw. This is near Dodge City. And just look at this. First of all, you've got your southwesterly flow right here, right? So this is moisture streaming up, from the south, from the Gulf of Mexico generally. And then where do you guys think your dry line is if you look at this? Probably
over Garden City.
Yeah, right there. Right there. I mean, it's literally right. It's pretty apparent. And so that right there, as I think also correlates to the clouds you were showing. And that's going to be our focal point for storms once they go up. And all it takes is a little bit more of the cap to erode, and then you're going to see some big blobs of storms, or probably isolated storms at first. But once it goes, it's gonna go quickly. And there's no guarantee that it will, though. I will say that sometimes these things fall apart. Sometimes there's something that the models didn't see. There's something that the forecaster didn't see, or it's just the atmosphere, right? It's pretty hard to sometimes predict, especially something like this, when you have all these factors at play. But if something does go, it could get very bad very quickly, and it's going to happen right here. And that's why you've got all your chasers in Dodge City right now, because they see what we're seeing. They see the dry line. They see the moisture surging. They see the dew points surging, and things when they go are gonna happen fast.
Yeah, and I would say that radar is going to be become our biggest friend here. It usually always is our biggest friend. But as this dry line approaches, it's more clear on the radar than it is on satellite.
Yeah. And Ryan, I love that you referred to radar as your friend. That's my kind of line of thinking. I've got friends too, but radar is my friend, and it's going to be our friend. It's going to be all of our friends tonight. So, it's one of those things. Let's just buckle up and get ready for the ride, because our friend radar, we should name our radar if we want. That'd be pretty fun. All right, Phil, what do you got? Things are going off the rails pretty fast.
They are going off the rails. So this is back in South Dakota. This is near Mission and Rosebud, South Dakota. There's currently a severe thunderstorm warning that's just east of Mission. And so you can see a definite lowering there, but whether that's rotating or not, obviously we don't know, because it's a static camera.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at radar now. That's also that camera quality is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty quality picture right there. But yeah, I think it's severe. So Phil, you said that's in Mission. That's looking west or east?
Let's see. We will cycle through these.
Because Mission right now is surrounded by two storms.
Yeah. It's not descriptive of that.
You can see the very edge though of
right over here.
Yeah.
You can see the sunset shining through that one, and then
it's probably killer.
This one here almost looks like a little inflow.
Yeah.
Tail.
Yeah. That one, both of those storms are pretty significant. Gosh, I'm literally getting flashbacks to our chase trip, Phil, because we were literally right in here. We drove right. I think we drove right through Rosebud. I thought I remember us going right through there. But yeah, the one to the east is severe thunderstorm warned. The one to the west is not, and both look like pretty nasty storms though. So, but no, and there's not very strong winds with this. This actually it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's for hail. It actually says wind is less than 50 miles an hour. So I don't think I've ever seen a severe thunderstorm warning that has wind saying it's less than.
So this camera, so it's on Highway 18 in southern South Dakota, but it is west of Parmalee and west of Rosebud. So this is probably looking at the storm that is currently not thunderstorm warned.
Yeah,
is my guess, because it would be on the west side of both of those storms.
Yeah, both storms look similar though. One just has a little bit. One has a little bit more hail than the other. Right? If you look, here's our two storms. I think the camera is probably right somewhere in here, and this is the storm that it's looking at. But this storm off to the east, they look pretty similar on radar. The two different storms. So
yeah, I think that east storm is definitely falling apart. It looks like it's getting absorbed by the west storm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, the two storms are actually probably going to merge together. It looks like eventually. But once again, these are pretty sloppy in terms of they're not really isolated from one another. They're kind of training in the same area, so flooding could be a big concern up here. Mission and Rosebud, and further north, Murdo. Gosh, Phil, you remember that? Murdo.
You know what? I remember Murdo, and this is actually in this camera I'm showing right now is in Murdo.
No way.
So this obviously trying to watch an approaching storm are these going north or northeast?
They're going storm. Yeah, Ryan's right. Mostly north with a little bit of a west component on them.
So watch seeing a storm that's coming directly at you. A lot of rain, a lot of, you're not, a traffic cam's not looking up to where you maybe would be able to see any of the clouds because you're getting the anvil and the rain dropping on you at this point almost. But yeah, this is Murdo. This camera in Murdo. That's where we stayed at a little motel. Ran into Daniel Shaw.
Yep.
While we were there, didn't literally run into him, but we saw.
Well,
him.
as far as we know. Yeah, me and Daniel Shaw was awesome, and I think he is so genuine, and the way you see him in videos and on streams, like. He's that way in person. And I love that so much to have someone that's genuine like that. And because some people, I feel like a decent amount of people can sometimes, not be themselves or, try to have another personality. But he is not. He is just so genuine and such a great guy. And it was really fun meeting him. So, all right, Ryan, what do we got? What is this?
Well, there's some 60 mile per hour LSRs, storm reports.
Oh, really?
Up there with those.
With the severe thunderstorm warning on the right?
Correct. Yeah. To the west as well. So, sorry. I'm
really?
wrong. Yeah.
Here, zoom in on the on that cell of the. Yeah. Okay.
And the winds, those velocities do not look great just because that radar, like we're in sort of a radar hole here where the radar is not picking up. Okay.
Well, in the warning, the warning too actually says wind less than 50 miles an hour. So, I think they think it could be some wind, but I think the real reason why they gave this a warning was the hail. But yeah, it looks looking on the screen right now, right, Ryan? So anywhere you see a green box, that's like a report, right? I believe they're basically saying, did someone report like a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust or something? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. Source public for both of these. So it's not not law enforcement. It's not an emergency manager, which is typically what you see. This is public reports.
Mm-hmm. So this is someone, hopefully a experienced weather spotter, probably.
Right.
Went out and said, hey, we got to, maybe they had a station, like their own personal weather station, or maybe they went out and had oh gosh, Phil, what do you call it? The Kestrel. Yes.
Handheld.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Kestrel is like a handheld wind thermometer. And you'll see people oftentimes, the viral people go out in the wind and hold it up as they're getting blown over. I tried to do that on Mount Washington. I think I might have dropped it, but anyway.
It's an expensive drop.
Yeah, it is.
Tell me about it.
Phil and I are still working that out because that's Phil's, not mine. But yeah, on our first chase trip, actually we went out here in this part of the country. We were in South Dakota, right around where these storms are hitting. Literally the first day, Phil hands me the Kestrel. He's like, "Here, use it. Like this will be great. You'll be the Kestrel guy." And within us stopping once, me pulling out the Kestrel, using it, and then thinking I put it back in my bag, I left it on the hood of Phil's car. And so Phil started to drive. We all started to drive away, and Phil goes over the radio. Brady, do you have the Kestrel? And I'm like, yeah, I got it here. And I open the bag, and it's like, nope, it's not here. Phil, do you have it? And he's like, no. And I'm like, oh, I put it on the hood of your car. And yeah, so that it fell off the hood of his car, and we had to go back and find it along the side of the road. So,
hey, Ryan, go in South Dakota, go to the Potato Creek storm. That's the bigger, it's not warned yet or right now, but it's kind of between south of Wall, South Dakota, but it's kind of right in the center there. It's that bigger red blob. Go south. Zoom in. Go west a little bit. There, right there, where it's centered, right where you're centered. So that's Potato Creek's just south of that, but I do have. So this is a camera in scenic South Dakota. So this is looking towards that storm, and a little better storm structure here. Obviously there's not enough space to see it going up above the camera view, but you can see the base of the storm pretty well here. One off to the left there too.
This is what I love about that part of the country and chasing in the plains. Like when you try to chase around Ohio, you can't ever see like if you're in front of a storm, you can never see the structure because it's just clouds everywhere. And out there, even when you have this messy mode of storms, the cloud cover is still relatively isolated, and you can see these big towering cumulus clouds, which is it's just a lot. It's cooler than lame storms generally in the Midwest, where there's so much cloud cover that you usually can't see the cool thunderhead cauliflower looking stuff that you can see out west. So that's pretty cool.
And that's right near the Badlands too. That's pretty close where that storm is going across right now.
Hopefully no one's there doing some nighttime camping. But JRB Storm says Kestrel Gate. Yes. Kestrel Gate. Phil, we need to do something more drama again with the Kestrel this year. Maybe I need to lose it again.
Really, we don't. Yeah.
I don't know, man. The people want to see it. It's clear. Elizabetta, while you're pulling up that camera, said as of 9 p.m. the SIN, which is the cap, that's what we look for to see. Okay, Cape is like the opposite of, or SIN is like the opposite of Cape. So the more SIN you have, the less likely storms are to form. And Elizabeth, I think where was the Cape negative 180? Is that Dodge City you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what Ryan mentioned.
Okay. Well, while Phil's looking for other storms here or other cameras, let's just take a quick look at our storms back in West Virginia. Looks like we still got some pretty nasty storms. No severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks a little bit more ragged than we last saw just east of Louisville. If you're in Louisville now, though, you're probably getting a pretty good light show off to your east. Phil, I wonder if we could find a camera near Louisville. There's got to be some cameras pointing east.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I just had pulled that up while you were talking about it. So let me see what we got here.
Flash flood warning there as well, just in LaGrange. So pretty nasty storms there. The only severe thunderstorm warning with these storms is just west, about to move into the Jefferson National Forest. The hard part with these storms over here, because these are in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, it's sometimes hard to pick up exactly how strong these things are, right? Sometimes you got to look at the different tilts. So this might not seem very, very strong. It might not be, but there is winds and some hail with this thing. So we've got hail of about an inch, winds of about 60 miles an hour. So that meets the criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning, and quarter size hail. So nothing, it won't necessarily damage your house a bunch, but still, if you're out, it was a pretty nice day in a lot of this part of the country. So hopefully you aren't camping or outside still, because there's a pretty nasty couple of storms really pushing your way. But nothing too incredibly strong over here. Let's look back while Phil's pulling up the cam. Let's look back at our squall line. Wow, look at that. Look at how that just fell apart. That just completely fell apart here. Remember about 30 minutes ago we looked at this and it looked pretty nasty. But now this outflow, which is right here, has just destroyed this storm. And that happens because the energy for these storms is this warm, moist air that's coming in from the south, and that's kind of feeding these things. And so if you have this cold air coming from the downdraft of the storms, it stops this. It almost acts as a barrier and stops this warm, moist air from making its way into the updraft of these storms, and it just causes them to die. You can see that pretty evidently if we go back, in several frames. Let's actually go back a little further. Oops. Let's try 50 frames. Yeah, so you go back here. This was 750. This was about right when we started the stream. From when we started the stream, watch the next. Watch what happens as this outflow just pushes way too far out in front of the storm and just kills it and causes now. I mean, there's still some storms here, but all that lightning, all that kind of wind, it's just kind of really petering out. So that's good news though for the folks that live in Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Norfolk. Still a lot of rain on the way, still some lightning, but the good news is this outflow kind of killed this complex of storms. Now there could be some storms that concentrate on this outflow possibly, but the good news is these are all kind of pushing off the shore, about to be over open water here in probably the next hour or two. So,
all right, Brady, I got a live cam in Louisville.
Oh yeah,
this is looking east towards the storm that's near LaGrange, Kentucky, but you can see some lightning, and it's obviously dark at this point, but you'll see the lightning flashes in the distance.
Look at that. That's on looks like that's on what river is that? It's on
Ohio River.
Yeah, that's on the Ohio River. That's beautiful. Come on, lightning. There you go. I feel like I'm at the beach right now, or not at the beach, but I feel like I'm, whenever I'm watching a storm, I like to talk to the storm and say, "Come on, storm, you can do it." And I'm like, "Come on, lightning, let's go. Let's see some cloud to ground action." There you go. There's a little thing.
You do that when you're chasing?
Yes, he does.
Too much. Probably too much. But,
I think you've heard that a few times, Dan. Whoa, look at that lightning. Wow.
Oh yeah. Ooh, there was a little bolt.
Yeah,
like
a little bit.
Hey, you gotta get excited over something,
So so the storm we're looking at, so this is the one that's just south of LaGrange, Kentucky. That actually looks like it does have a flash flood warning on it.
Yeah.
Ryan, you might be able to pull up what's the rain water?
Oh, QPE. Yeah.
What's it? Oh, the QPE.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Sorry.
What's the difference between 1 and 12 hour? What's
just how far back you're looking, really.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, looking at the 1 hour is not great. That's a lot of precip that fell on an area that within an hour. That's kind of shocking.
Let me. Do you have that pulled up on your screen?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. If you've got it, we'll share yours when you're ready, so we can see that.
Jess, right. I think I'm pretty sure that the storm is in the room.
There we go. We got you, Ryan.
Yeah. The way I know that is, oh my gosh, wait, do you guys hear that? Oh,
It is in the room.
it's in the room. It is
now.
the room. It is in my hotel room right now, and it's just raining cats and dogs here.
All right, so what are we looking at, Ryan?
All right, so essentially we're just looking at the amount of precipitation that has fallen within the last hour, according to radar. So this is an estimate. This is, not ground truth, I would say.
So
but it's
based off of radar, sure.
3 1/3 inches is the higher points.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So it's definitely. So as you can tell, Lagrange went up to 4 inches. Even it went up to 4 1/4 inches.
That is insane.
And then now it's growing again further south of that flash flood warning. And I assume the warning is likely because of the river.
Yeah,
river.
So this is a emergency management reported East Moody Lane near Highway 53 was impassable due to high water. Between 1 to 3 inches of rain or more have fallen, and additional rainfall of about 1 inch is possible in the Warren area. So looks like this was reported by emergency management, and that's what kind of issued this warning.
Yeah, I don't see a river. Yeah, I do see something. It's not really. It's not much of a river. Let me.
And I was just guessing, honestly. I don't know the area.
You might be. You might be close. I'm going to pull up my GR Earth, and I'm going to share mine as well.
Good news is it looks like this storm there was some back building with it, but it's now moved mostly out of Lagrange, and looks like it's sliding slowly off to the south and east. So
what I've got pulled up, Brady, for you. This is the flash flood warning that does include Lagrange, but as we zoom into Lagrange, not sure what this is.
Yeah.
That's the world's longest water slide right there.
It's like
now it is
like a lake, a dammed up, stream or something. So
it's probably mostly due to the highway, I would assume.
I'm sure it's something probably through here, this road through here or something along this route. Which is that?
Yeah.
That is. Is that 71 or 70? 71 might be.
Yeah, they said highway
53.
53. Okay.
That was where. Well, Phil, that might. What you're looking at is probably 71. That road you're looking at, but it said Highway 53.
This main one that goes through here, yeah, yep.
Which is I don't know where Highway 53 is.
That might. I wonder if it's this one right here.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, yep, it is. It goes right through 71.
Through there.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, so that's what prompted that flash flood warning. But the good news is it looks like, the lightning in this storm is decreasing. And looking on the radar that Phil's got up on the screen, that is slowly starting to move out of Lagrange. And so it means this storm's kind of dying. That's probably why, Phil, we didn't see much lightning on the camera, because it looks like it's mostly cloud to cloud. And it's, I don't know. I found storms kind of cycle sometimes where they burst with some strong lightning, and then and this is what we were showing, that Lagrange storm. You can see it dropped a ton of rain in Lagrange, about 9. Now it's pushing slowly off to the east, and a lot of that lightning was off, when that storm was in Lagrange. So there hasn't been as much cloud to ground lightning, which is usually an indicator of, is the storm strengthening? Is it weakening? Yeah, there, Phil's got it up on screen.
Yeah, and you're right, Brady. I've been watching it here a little bit, and again, not much of a change from when we had it pulled up earlier, but so there's still some lightning, but not a ton associated with this.
Yeah.
And again, this is Louisville. This is a camera in Louisville looking east towards LaGrange.
Love a good lightning show. Look out, Brady. It's behind you. Don't say that. I'm staying in a hotel room tonight, and I do not like the dark. I do not like places I'm not used to. So I'm going to be, luckily I can lock my door. So that's good. I don't like horror movies. I don't like anything to do with that. So.
Hey, if you, South Dakota, it looks like, remember we were looking at those 2 storms either side of Mission, South Dakota.
Yep.
And it does look like the one on the west side did get thunderstorm warned.
Yeah.
As well. Still the one on the east side of Mission still looks a little stronger.
And so if you want to pull my screen up, there's... Sorry, let me get rid of this mesofill for the goes. This is the rotation of these storms. This is the azimuthal rotation. So,
right,
as we
describe what is like, is that how is that different than the velocity?
So, with this, the product itself combines the rotation and determines whether or not it is. So velocity in itself is just a product that has winds going this direction or this direction, and then this particular product knows when the directions are, I don't want to say contradicting, but I'm not sure how to phrase that, but they're going opposite directions. So those winds are combining to spin. And when they spin, obviously you have supercellular activity to the point that there's the potential for tornado. And it's apparently growing. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, this storm, looking at look at all the lightning on this thing. The lightning is really, especially the Rosebud storm, that is really, really ramping up. And that is on the very northern edge of the enhanced. So still, it's still kind of in, there isn't as much sheer helicity yet up there yet. But still, this is right on the edge of our risk. And honestly, these storms are looking pretty nasty right now.
Yeah, at the moment, that western storm that we had decided, but had seen earlier on the camera, we sort of knew that western storm was probably the one that was most likely to cause some issues. So
yeah, I wonder, Ryan, if you could pull up the hail, if because the Rosebud storm is, every frame I'm looking at gets bigger and bigger in terms of the stronger the reflectivity echoes. So there's got to be some big hail with that.
Yeah, here's the hail. I mean, we're hitting 2-inch hail.
Jeez. Wow.
So there's a lot to digest here because it's so banded. The winds are definitely coming in and adding to the potential for these storms to do something more.
Oh yeah.
The fact that the hail is so severe in here next to 2-strike, which is ironic, but
yeah, I know. Hopefully I we had a viewer earlier that was that lived up in this area. I think it was Cindy. Cindy said she's in Box Elder. Hopefully you aren't in the path of this one, because this one in Rosebud that just moved through Rosebud, that's about to be it's moving just to the west of White River, has some pretty significant hail with it, and like Ryan was showing, has the potential to rotate. It's not producing a tornado, or it's not tornado warned yet, but has some pretty strong winds accompanying with it, and is on the edge of our enhanced risk. So we could see something. It's wrapping around a low pressure too. Whenever you get that, you can get some spin with these storms. So that's kind of our interest, our sell to watch right now. And Raymond, to answer your question, no, there has not been, at least since I've started streaming at 8, there's not been a single tornado warning yet, but we're seeing some signs of, and oh my goodness, actually, I want to pull up the radar real quick, because I have 2 areas of interest that I want to show real quick. So this area just in western Nebraska. I thought there was some, I don't know where the lightning went, but this area just, if you look at the past little bit, see this little convection start to pop right here. The dry line looks like it's right here. So you have a storm firing right off the dry line, about to move into our enhanced risk. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The last scan I had actually had way more lightning with this, so I'm not sure what happened to that. But when we see a lot of lightning with the storm, usually a sign that it's strengthening rapidly. The other area of interest is back down in Dodge City. And I thought there was a little teeny tiny little spot down here that just kind of popped up in the last couple scans right along Highway 57. It's like right in there. Now that may be nothing, or that may be the start of our convection here. Now the dry line, I think, is a little bit further to the west, but things. I think at this point, we're kind of waiting for things to get started, and that could be the start of it. I'm not sure. We'll have to come back to this, but that could be the start of it.
Hey, Brady, could you show the frames real quick? Yep. Like backward? Sorry.
Sorry.
On yours.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So a little bit. It's still pretty small. I don't know if the infrared satellite looks better, but it's still. But this is kind of our first little train that could here in this area of pretty potent conditions. So that could be a sign that maybe the cap is breaking, and once that cap breaks, it's like a lid comes off and things start to get going.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go.
Sometimes along the highways, our radars pick up cars. Believe it or not.
Yeah. Do we think that could be a chaser van, a chaser caravan of people streaming into Dodge City? Maybe.
That's definitely why I asked.
Maybe. So this is actually interesting. This is let's open this.
Blitzer tongue.
Blitzer tongue. Yeah, I always have trouble pronouncing it. Thank you, Ryan. And just going to accept all those cookies. Hopefully they're non-fat. And looking at our storm, I think, Elizabeth, you said it's starting to light up with this. I think here's a couple of strikes we had. Let's see. This was at, oh gosh. I think the white is the most recent, I believe. Yeah, you can see up here, you got these storms up here just absolutely lighting up with lightning. Every time you see like a little ping, that's a new cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strike. So these are our storms up in South Dakota. And interestingly enough, this was that kind of blob of storms that we looked at in Nebraska, and it's got 2 lightning pings with it. So that's interesting. Things could be starting to show up there. No lightning with this little teeny blob of rain down in Dodge City yet. So we'll have to keep that's usually when things are explosive like this along the dry line, you start to see little bunch of lightning start to cluster. So interestingly, in Kansas, there's actually some storms that are well outside of our area of interest today, but starting to kind of hit up the lightning. So maybe I'll have to look at that. But yeah, look at South Dakota. South Dakota is getting hammered right now with just a ton of lightning.
Hey Brady, that initiation in Kansas looks like with the cross section it's about 20,000 feet.
Really? Okay. So it's pretty high then, high base possibly. Well, actually, I don't know. That isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, it's topping out at about 20,000 feet right now.
Mm-hmm. So maybe there's still a cap there. Yep, Elizabeth, those storms in South Dakota are lighting up. It's starting in Nebraska, possibly. That maybe it's still kind of petering out. I'm gonna keep this open though and keep that. Right now too, we got no tornado warnings in the USA at the moment. So that's we've got a program running that looks at the tornado warnings. So that's a good sign so far. So no tornado warnings right now. We haven't had one yet tonight, but when these storms do go up, and look at the last scan there. See, that's between here and here, a little bit of yellow. So that could be our initiation here. And we'll have to watch. Raymond says, Brady, do you go on rants like James Spann does, or do you keep it to yourself? Depends. It really depends on the topic. These guys here will tell you. I think I go on rants, but my mom would probably agree with you, Raymond. I do go on rants every now and then. Jess says new mesoscale discussion in eastern Nebraska. So let's go ahead and look at that. That is interesting. Okay, so eastern Nebraska. So that's got to be. It's got to be looking at these storms, probably. Yeah, that's got to be looking at these storms. This kind of area of scattered storms. Let's just look at this in the.
Jess is always on top of the mesoscale discussions.
Oh, Jess is on it. She is on it with these mesoscale discussions, and I love it.
I'm like watching the chat, waiting for like the next, MCD update.
Yeah, I love that. All right, let's pull that up real quick and just see. Yeah, and Ryan brought up a good point, right, Ryan? Some of the blitzer tongue sensors could get some interference. So sometimes the lightning strikes may not be completely accurate, but that's a good thing to keep in mind. Okay, well let's look at our mesoscale discussion and see what we got. Potential for severe thunderstorm development appears low in the near term, but could still increase by late tonight. So that was that cluster that we looked at on radar just a second ago. And let me just zoom out real quick so you guys can see. So, oh, sweet. That's full screen. I didn't know you could do that. Let's just go back to this so you can see it better. But looks like that cluster of storms, still some pretty good storms, but does not look like we're going to get a watch with these. Watch probability is about 20%. Severe potential is low, so watch is unlikely. So still going to get some lightning from these things, and maybe a little bit of wind, maybe a little bit of small hail, but pretty generally weak thunderstorm activity is the language that the Storm Prediction Center uses. So, and it's pretty far, it's pretty out of reach of the trough and the upper level support. So these storms probably shouldn't be too bad of too much trouble, I don't think. LBZ 0Z sounding looks thick. We got people love using thick in this chat, don't you guys? I don't even know what that means. All right, so if I would pull up, let's look at MUS soundings. And let's see what we got. Now the LB. Okay, so these are soundings. And LBF. Where is LBF? Is that... Okay, there it is. Okay. So this is Nebraska. This is Western Nebraska. LBF, which is... I want to see what town that corresponds to. Oh, no. Cindy just said her power went out right now. That's not good. All right, Cindy, we're gonna get you the latest forecast here in just a second. I want to look exactly where you are, exactly what you're getting hit by. Oh my gosh, look at this. So this is the latest sounding. And well, this was done at 0Z, so this was at about 8 p.m. And 8 p.m. at Western Nebraska has pretty significant cape. And it doesn't look, there doesn't really look like there's a cap there. There isn't really a cap at all.
Is it thick cape?
It's thick. Oh, it is thick. Look at that. Surface, 3925 mixed layer. 2409 MU, which is most unstable, 3925. That is out of control. It is out of control. I wonder what the dew point is. What's the dew point? I forget if dew point's on here. I don't think it. Oh yeah, well it's plot. Okay, at the surface it's 59, and the temperature at the surface is 82. So
describe what you're seeing, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So, at least what I'm seeing right now is this 59 down here. That's the dew point at the surface. 82. That's the temperature, and right. So when you're looking at a sounding like this, the red line. That's as the weather balloon went up in the atmosphere, that's the temperature it measured. And then the green line, that is the dew point, the moisture it measured. And so this red line is kind of like, this area between the red dotted line and the red solid line, that's your cape, right? So it kind of takes you back to geometry class when you're calculating the area in this slice here. And that's the bigger the area, the higher the cape is. So when you see this big kind of bulbous, what is that? Almost like I need to brush up on my geometry to describe what shape that is, but there's a lot in there. So that means you got higher values of cape, and then so that means there's plenty of things or plenty of energy in the atmosphere for these storms. And then you got your photograph off to the left. The more this thing looks like a U, an upside down U, the worse it is in terms of tornadoes. Or I guess the better if you don't want tornadoes, that's you don't want to see an upside down U, right? Because that just means there's more helicity. That means the wind turns and changes direction and speed with height. And the more that does that, the more you're gonna, the more possibility you have of tornadoes. And Ryan, I guess anything else you like to look for on these soundings that you want to point out?
No, the winds typically on it's kind of hard to describe. So soundings are a very, very complicated thing to look at. But just look at the winds. You got to have winds that back, and if you could describe that, I guess.
Yeah, when he says winds that back, it's like, so the really cool thing about these soundings is, let me just zoom in here too. The weather balloon, which is what you get these things from, the really cool thing is, and I think this is a great time to jump just quickly into our quick. So basically, when you look at this sounding, the weather balloon, as it goes up, it plots not only temperature and dew point, but it also plots wind direction and speed. So if you see here, this at the bottom, this kind of looks like a flag. This is basically saying that winds are coming out of the southwest. So I wish I could draw an arrow. I need to figure out how to paint over top of this. But the winds are coming from the southwest and going towards the north. They're coming from the southeast and going towards the northwest. And so at the surface, the wind is coming out of the southwest. But as you go up higher, you can see the winds kind of turn. And that's what he means by winds are backing as you get kind of higher in the atmosphere or towards the surface, is that this wind kind of changes. Instead of going out of the southwest, now you get maybe, higher up in the atmosphere. Now it's coming directly out of the south. You get even higher. And look, it even has a little bit of west component. So the wind is coming out of the southwest. And then so you can see from the surface, to higher up in the atmosphere, the wind has changed complete direction, right? It's almost changed 90 degrees in direction, which is, that when you see that can be, and even if you go up even higher, look at the winds as you go up even higher. They're almost directly out of the west with a little bit of a south component. And so you can see that's your wind shear. That's your wind changing direction with height. And so that's a really cool way to tell just by easily looking at these soundings. Okay, is there a lot of shear? And if you look down at the numbers, that's why you have values of 31, 40 for your shear, even in the lower levels, because that just means your wind's changing direction with height and speed with height. So it's a pretty cool way to just quickly look at that UT diagram to see, okay, this is actually what this point in western Nebraska is experiencing right now. So good call outs. I believe that was Elizabeth. Yes, Elizabeth had said, "All right, Cindy, let's check back with Cindy and see what's going on at Cindy's house, because she said her power went out."
Hey, Cindy did share a video with me.
Oh, cool. Play it.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
So this is Cindy's house.
Whoa. Wow. Looks like there's some thunder in that picture. I can't. It doesn't sound like there's hail. Wait, actually, you can. Maybe
tink.
Small.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear a couple of tinks in there. Where in Cindy? Where? So you said where is Cindy at? She is
Box Elder.
I think she's Box Elder. Box Elder, which is, I gotta figure out where that is. But it looks like, yeah, it's a pretty nasty storm that's moving through that area. Hold on, let me look that up. Did you say Box Elder, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look up. Where's Box Elder? Okay, so Box Elder, okay, it's just west of oh yeah, okay. So she's actually up away from the severe thunderstorm warning. So she's up here, just to the, yeah, there she is. Oh yeah, so you're getting absolutely pounded right now with a couple of waves of storms. Looks like there's no end in sight, unfortunately, Cindy. Well, there is. It's down here, but it's just gonna take its time moving through, because I think this stuff is kind of back building. Unfortunately, yeah. So you see the when we say back building, it's like look at down on the southern part of this. It just kind of keeps building and building behind it. So you're probably going to be in some nasty storms the next couple of hours, unfortunately. So hopefully the power doesn't go out. Wow, look at this. Okay. Do you remember this? Remember these storms a little bit ago? I think this is our initiation right now. Look at the lightning here. Look at the these storms. Look, the reflectivity is coming back way in way stronger than it was. And I mean, this could be noise to your point, Ryan, but the fact that we're seeing these, and let me just put this in motion right here to just see.
I don't think that's noise. I think you're spot on.
Yeah, so it looks like we're starting to get some initiation here. Now, these storms are moving directly north, which is interesting to me. But yeah, I think these are going to just keep sliding to the north. So this is an area we need to watch because whenever I look at the radar and I see lightning without any sort of reflectivity, that's an indication to me of a pretty rapidly strengthening updraft. That's, might not be raining yet in some of these locations, but the fact that you're already getting some lightning from these things means you've got a pretty strong updraft that's developing. And I would expect to see these reflectivity values, these echoes that we're getting back, are probably going to continue to increase in strength and size. So that'll be an area we need to watch as this looks like initiation, and the cap has finally broken in western Nebraska, and it's starting to move into an area of more potent. It's going to tap into all that cape, so these are going to just explode, I would bet.
I would also say the further to the south in Kansas, the dry line has definitely met the moisture.
Yes. Yeah, right, just west of Dodge City.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there. If you look at that. Oh yeah, look at that. The last frame, this. So you've got this moisture surging. You got this moisture surging in this way. You've got wildly dry air here. As this air starts to meet along that really steep boundary there, that's where you might get some initiation, and this cell still is trying to do its little thing down here, but it's
just gave us a strike as well.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, it's slowly growing.
Yeah, it's struggling a little bit. I mean, it's definitely growing. Like the last couple of frames, it's definitely increased in size.
Yeah, it's about 30,000 feet now.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a look at the last frame. Yep, there's, to Ryan's point, there's our first lightning strike. So that could be the start of our first supercell. I guess I don't want to say our first supercell. There might have been some up in South Dakota, but this is probably going to be our first storm of the night in western Kansas, and could be our first warning that we get if it continues to strengthen, but nothing is guaranteed at this point. All right, let's look at Oklahoma City, see, because Oklahoma City is still on the slight risk. Some storms are starting to develop here. I think they're having some trouble.
Yeah, I think we would have seen an MCD or business scale discussion by now if there was enough moisture, but you're spot on that. Yeah, that infrared definitely shows some stuff. I just don't think those will survive the atmosphere. Yeah,
I agree. They've kind of been around. They haven't really been strengthening at all. I mean, this one looks pretty decent down in Texas, just to the south of Vernon, with some pretty good lightning. But I mean, it's kind of tried to hold together and hasn't really. It's kind of meandering right now. Hasn't really showed signs of dramatically strengthening just yet. But Elizabeth, I think it's a little scared. It's a little scared right now. That's okay. We like scared. If you live in these areas of the country, you like scared. You don't want these bad storms, but all right, let's take a look. Wow. Oh no. This does look a little iffy, this shape. It's like an elongated Squidward. Let's take a look back at these storms. Our outflow boundary that we're looking at, still kind of hanging on. Still kind of, you can see stuff is just trying, as this outflow boundary pushes up, you've got winds that are kind of over top, warm, moist air kind of pushing over top of it, and you'll see some of these little things try to pop up here, but this outflow boundary is it's choked off this area storm, so that's a good news, right? As these this is our I think they actually SPC, it looks like they maybe come in with another outlook because this is now a slight risk rather than an enhanced. I would actually be interested to see that. Let's look. I'm really wondering if the person next to me in my hotel is going to, at some point, just start banging on the wall as it gets later. Hey, would you go to bed? Not yet. Okay. So they did come out with a new outlook. This was about at 1Z, which was that was about at 9. So we missed it by a little bit. Okay. So this is the new outlook. Well, the relatively new outlook. Still got a tornado hatched risk, 10%. Same areas, I think, as previously. I think the big change is this: they removed the enhanced from Richmond. That was probably for that cluster that we were just looking at. So I think they've seen what we've seen and determined, the outflow is kind of killing those. So we're probably not going to, there's no tornado risk. I want to say no, but there's no risk right now with the SBC. So we get some strong wind and some hail, but a lot of those storms are starting to die. Probably just going to be a noisy night in Richmond and along the coast there. Okay. No new mesoscale discussions.
All right. Jess would tell us if there was.
Jess would tell us if there was. Yeah, Jess is on top of it, man. Jess she knows.
Did you see
Captain?
I was going to say, did you see what she said about how she's getting them? She's got an RSS feed.
Wait, she's got a what feed?
An RSS feed with the
what's that?
It's an old school way to get.
Oh, really?
Old school way to get blog posts and stuff, but they've turned it into. Yeah,
it's how you make your podcast available as an RSS feed.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
That's what I know it from.
Old school internet.
Yeah.
Is that like the .com bubble and stuff, right? No. Jess says you're too young for that, but it's better. Hey, I'm not that young. I'm getting some gray hair, and it's not great. Anyway.
Sorry, mine's disappearing. So
yeah. Are you kidding me? You still got plenty of hair, Ryan. What are you talking about?
Look at the back, though.
Don't show. We don't need to see that. It's okay. Just as long as you don't see it, no one knows, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Another interesting update. Looks like they let the tornado watch expire for Texas. So I think
Texas and Oklahoma. That Alta storm definitely died off, and then now all those storms along that line have really dissipated.
Yep, that they have. So we'll have to. I think our big area of interest now is Kansas and Nebraska. So.
All right, here's Dodge City. If you see any chasers down there that you guys know, go ahead and wave. I don't recognize anybody, but
hold on. What is that? Yeah, let's look at that. What's at the very center of that? Is that a drugs? No, that's not a. Oh, there's a gas station at the very center.
Right here.
Like, all right. If we've got storm chasers, Phil, can you find out what intersection that is? We're gonna do now casting so we can see. I wonder if we can get all this. If there are any storm chasers watching, spread to your friends. gather at that gas station and start waving your hands in the air, and we'll put you on the screen. Put you on the big screen. So we got any storm chasers in Dodge City, which that's where everyone is right now.
Yeah.
Hands in the air like you don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I can't promise that they're going to have good gas station hot dogs there, though. It depends what kind of gas station it is.
Yeah, I don't have a location. No Buc-ee's in Dodge City. Wow.
We just got our first one in Colorado, so.
Wow.
I heard about that. Yes.
All right, that cell that's in Kansas. Oh wait, am I on the right? Hang on. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to get 40, 45 dBZs.
Yep, a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning with that cell. I think this is the one you're talking about, right? Just west of Mullen. If we look at motion here, lightning really starting to ramp up, starting to get much more organized. Still kind of a blob, which still hasn't really hasn't necessarily gotten organized just yet, but it's starting to kind of get there with the lightning. We're starting to see more.
I think we're looking at 2 different cells.
Oh, really?
I'm looking at just southwest of Dodge City.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Montezuma.
Got it. Yeah, look at that. Three lightning strikes now.
Yeah, it's intensifying a little bit. I think given the environment, it could intensify some more.
Would not be surprised. Speaking of that, let's just look right at the environment. Maybe do we want to pull up Ryan? You may want to pull up GR Earth and or GR Analyst and one of the two, and just look at the overlay the storm with the environment. Maybe see what we got. Maybe conditions wise, right out in front of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
While he does that, I will, let's just take a look. Back up in Rapid City. Still a lot of storms up here. Still got this storm. Now move north of Rosebud. Man, there's just a ton of lightning with this. Jeez. That is crazy.
All right, I'll put Ryan up.
Yeah, so the temperature dew point spread in Dodge City is 73 to 61. So not a big spread. That dry line is definitely pressing against the moisture that's flowing in from the southeast.
Yeah. Well, in 61 in Dodge City, it was 57 like an hour ago, right? So
yes, yeah,
way more moist, and
we can look further out here. It's already gotten dry at Garden City.
Wow,
drier at Garden City.
Yeah, the dry line and the moisture, the gradient is really starting to pack up.
And then we're even seeing some in between Jetport and Kinsley, some IR returns from the satellite.
Yep, that could be another cell that's starting to form.
It's either that or these are going to absorb all that moisture. It's just kind of hard to tell at this point.
Yeah.
But we're sitting in a 10% probability of tornadoes.
Yeah.
Within 25 miles from the SPC, and that was with the 1Z update. So that was an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, the lightning is really picking up with this thing.
Right.
Can we look at also the maybe the helicity or the cape as well? That could be
absolutely. Yeah, mesophil. We'll pull the GOES out. and then just do a meso analysis of the. Let's do the. Okay, let's do the surface base case. Yeah, it's about all the same.
Yeah. Jeez. Is red 3,000?
Red is 3,000.
Okay.
3,000 or higher.
And I think orange is 2,500 probably, right?
Yeah, 20. We're sitting at 2,790 in this area.
Jeez. So ample energy
with no inhibition at all. Really,
wow.
I mean, relatively, you can just see it eroding.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, if we get enough storm chasers in one spot, like blowing upwards or going like this upwards, it'll start a storm. That's honestly, that maybe is what happened in Dodge City. Maybe all the storm chasers just got in their cars. And I feel like if you got enough people just like revving their exhaust, maybe the exhaust could start to kind of force things up.
Erode the cap. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that's what happened. But
this is the STP. So
okay.
We're looking at, at a upper end of the tornado probability as this rides in, and I'm, as it progresses.
Too, yeah.
Yeah. So it's creating itself an environment, I feel like.
Yep. This I'm looking on radar right now, and this storm is every scan I'm finding it's getting bigger, it's getting more defined, and Dan, I bet it might even be taller now. It's getting whatever the height is. It was 40,000. It's probably, this thing is getting, and there was a lightning strike well out in front of it. So this is a strengthening updraft. This is a strengthening storm. This is going to be where our main focus is probably going to be for the next hour or two.
Yeah, you got an anvil for sure.
Yeah.
What are the winds in Dodge City area?
Sorry, I gotta.
And I only say that because
30 gust to 47.
Okay. Yeah, that's substantial. I've got so this is a camera in Dodge City as well, highway camera, and it's shaking pretty good. Looks like it's loading up here again, but
oh yeah. Yeah, and geez, shout out to Kansas's great camera network. They have a great camera network. I think because they have to.
Yeah, that's shaking pretty good there.
Yeah, I was looking at the Texas cams earlier, and they're just still images.
Yeah, I think 15 minutes. I think Nebraska is like that as well. It's just still images in Nebraska.
Texas DOT, you can do better. I know.
Come on, step it up. I'm going to share that other Dodge City camera that we had. I'll share that with you guys as well. I was seeing a little bit of lightning starting to kind of appear here on the Dodge City sky cam. I'll add that to the stage here. But it was like just a brief flash that I'd kind of seen. I'm not even sure what direction this is facing. Oh, there I saw a little bit.
Well, I would assume southwest if it's seeing strikes.
Yeah, it's not real obvious, which is why I'm I'm curious if it's not looking directly, in that exact direction.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there is quite a bit of lightning to the southwest of Dodge City.
Yep. Storm Chaser Kim Metcalf says Dodge City cell top is 26,000 feet. Jess says there's no excuses for still image webcams these days. It's true. If I can stream from a hotel room using my hotspot on my phone, like, come on, people. Let's get some images. Let's get in the 21st century here. Let's get some cams out there. I'll chip in a little extra money in my taxes. Why not? Jess also said Vortex theory is Darrell Waltrip thing. He used to say race cars going in a circle kept the storms away or something. There's got to be something to these. There's got to be something to being able to, okay, I love this. All right, so are we looking at a volumetric scan right now, the storm, to see how tall it is?
So this is that one just southwest of Dodge City. Oh, cool. So I'm seeing 30 to 40,000. Am I reading that right, Ryan?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Wow. So this thing's growing then. It's growing pretty quick.
Yeah, you're probably missing a bit of the hell core is all I would say. Like that red at the just below 20.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, that's probably where the hill is.
Yeah,
here, you do a better job. Why don't you pull one up?
No, no. That'll take me too long.
Wow. Phil, you can shave some of that away, some of the lower decibels.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't try to figure that out right now. It takes for freaking ever to isolate that.
So Jess says this could be the cell. Our viewers are desperately waiting for the action to start up. This definitely could be something other interesting I was looking at, like Ryan was saying. This dry line is getting way more defined. And watch in the past couple of frames here. So you kind of had the dry line. I mean, you can tell where it is. It's right here, just east of Lankin, just west of Garden City, and it's kind of meandering. And you see pushing from the south. It starts to get more defined here, and then watch in the last couple of frames. See, it really starting to push east. That could be our initiator for some of these storms, and as if this continues to push east, it could eventually run into this storm or start to form other storms off of that dry line. So that's just looking at the last couple of frames here, that dry line is really starting to kind of chug its way east and become way more defined, and that could be a focal point for some of these storms.
So, Brady, is that a special weather statement on that one?
Yes, it is. So we just had a special weather statement issued. And I mean, look at this. It's small, but it's already kind of got the look, right? It already kind of has a little bit of a comma shape to it. And we just had a special weather statement issued on this particular storm. And the National Weather Service will issue these for storms that aren't necessarily severe yet, but either is producing some strong conditions, or they think this could be a storm that could rapidly intensify. So they're trying to get this out as quickly as possible to say, okay, hey, we want the public to know there's starting to be a stronger storm, and that could continue to intensify. And so by putting this special weather statement out, it gets people in these areas to start to pay attention and say, okay, we've got possibly a strong storm here that and it's gonna could blow up pretty quickly and go severe thunderstorm warned. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. But yeah, good call, Ryan. All right. So to summarize, right now we have one severe thunderstorm warning. We have one flash flood warning, which I think is that storm. Actually, okay, they dropped the flash flood warning over here, and no. Yeah, that was that Lagrange flash flood warning, and the severe thunderstorm warning. The only severe thunderstorm warning right now is in up in South Dakota. That's cell we've looked at. But we have storms firing. Oh my God, look at that. Remember this line in Nebraska? The last time we looked at it, it was nothing. Now it's a complete. It's completely blown up. So that's our first area that we're watching is in western Nebraska, and we just look in the past like 4 frames here. Right, this was at 10:30, so this was 20 minutes ago. This was 10:38, so 6 minutes or 15 minutes ago. This is at 10:44. This was 5 minutes ago. Now this is now. So these storms up here are. This is an area we're gonna have to watch. They're blowing up, and this is just on the western and northern edge of our enhanced risk. And then our second area that we're watching is this storm. Right now, it's one storm in just about to move into Dodge City, where all of our storm chasers are, and it's got some lightning with it. It's got some lightning outside of it, which could be another updraft. And Ryan, maybe that was that the infrared that you saw out in front of it, or this is just that storm that just kind of producing lightning outside of the storm itself, which means it's a pretty intense storm, right? Or it is intensifying pretty rapidly. So that's where we're at. Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, I definitely agree with you in the sense that I think it's most likely absorbing some moisture out in front of it. I think that we're seeing the dry line rapidly approach the amount of moisture that's in front of it. And if you were a storm chaser, you would definitely want to be in Dodge City. Well, yeah. I'm not sure if you would want to be in Dodge City, but
no, that's exactly that. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
We are seeing a little more lightning on occasion from the Dodge City camera. Again, I don't think it's facing directly southwest towards the storm, but you're starting to see the flashes on the outside. So I'll kind of keep this available to pull up here as the storm keeps approaching.
Hey, Brady,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I've got a volume of the core on my second screen.
All right, put it up there. And this is that Dodge City storm.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. So you're definitely seeing the hail on the upper right,
yeah,
and then the fallout on the bottom left.
Oh wow. So basically, right now we're looking at a cross section of the Dodge City storm, and the yellow and the red being kind of higher reflectivity values, and where we see the red, right, Ryan, is where we're possibly seeing that hail. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely the fallout's got to be on the back end there.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, and when we say fallout, you're saying like where the hail is like kind of falling out of the storm.
Yeah, the hail just being built up in the top right on that right side, and then falling. The way that it cycles, it tends to fall out on the not so rain-filled area.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes it can be just drizzling, and all of a sudden you get this giant hailstone that comes down and crashes your windshield, because it's just not great. Elizabeth says the warm nose from the 0Z sounding was pretty big, not quite Squidward sized though. Love that. I love that.
So the probability severe on that cell moving towards Dodge City currently shows in the next 60 minutes probability for severe hail, which is an inch or more, 19%, which I think we're already starting to see that pretty close to 1 inch, probably not quite, but pretty close. Winds 7%, tornado 4%. So
okay.
still just kind of cooking a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. What and this is base reflectivity, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's still kind of it's still at about 30,000 feet, which hasn't necessarily exploded just yet, but I think I was just looking at the last couple of frames. It does look like it's starting to get pretty strong.
Yeah, so if you want to cut away from that, I'll get another volume here in a few minutes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's trying to grow upscale, but it's kind of hard to say what this thing is going to do going into this environment.
Yeah.
Looking forward.
And if I was a betting man, just knowing the conditions it's moving into, I mean, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't start to build. And I think another interesting thing is just a little bit further to the north of Dodge City, there's another reflectivity that I'm noticing. Just a little speck of green, and that could be the start of another cell. So like if we would, and I'll show that in just a little bit. We'll keep the camera up because there's the lightning starting to pick up there.
It is picking up. Yep, I agree.
Big time. Yeah, look at that. And that's a pretty good indicator that got a strengthening storm here, and there's really no reason why it wouldn't strengthen. It's just got an insane cape values it's moving into. Really not much, if any, sin or cap, and to be honest, it's probably that storm is already over the cap, so it's already initiated. So there's not much that's going to stop this thing, I don't think.
Yeah, and looking at Scott City, you have a dew point of 13 Fahrenheit.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not. And then
insane.
Pierceville, you've got a dew point of 56.
You could walk outside and dry your hair in like 5 minutes over there. It would just all evaporate. I mean,
well, I live in Colorado, so I'm used to that.
Yeah.
the driest area you can find. But Dodge City is sitting at 62, so there's a 10 degree spread between the temperature and dew point in Dodge.
Okay. Yeah, it's moistening up, and I mean, if you're in Scott City and you're taking, you're about to go to bed and you're taking a nighttime shower, don't even worry about drying your hair. Just go outside. You'll dry up right quick. That's ridiculous. That's just depressing. That's just too dry. That's just like lotion and just hope for the best. But yeah, look at the lightning on this thing. It's just
it's really getting going.
Yeah. Which is hilarious because that's where all the storm chasers are. And that storm's about to move right over top of them.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. Although I can't say I would be excited about nighttime chasing though. Nighttime chasing.
Oh no.
Nighttime chasing.
I'm out too.
Yeah. I mean, we did that a little bit, Phil, with that storm in New Mexico, and we were just trying to get back, and it was just like it's tough. It's tough to see. Well, it's tough to see anything, and then on top of that, I mean, the lightning is great, but if you get stuck in a hail core at night, there's nothing more terrifying than being in a giant hail core, driving down the freeway and just getting pelted. Which we almost had. I don't know if you remember that, Phil, when we were in the infamous Clovis, which a lot of chasers know.
Weak. So Ryan, pull up significant tornado potential, and I think that's another good way to kind of see what this is going into as it goes further east.
Right.
It's kind of in a pretty significant area as we speak, but
yeah, it's starting to look sort of like a wash in my opinion, because it seems like it's pushing the I don't know. It's seeming less favorable as it goes into Dodge City, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's moving out of that. Is this storm going northeast, correct,
Yes.
or north? Yeah,
correct, northeast,
So
and you can see it's just pushing out all that moisture to the southwest.
yeah.
So unless it finds some moisture ahead of it, or rides the boundary, the dry line from the west, I'm not sure how this thing sustains itself in the short term.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, it looks just the latest scans. It looks just kind of messy. It doesn't. It's producing a lot of lightning, and it looked really organized. I think when it was down in that, the area that the strong parameters like Ryan's showing. But now it's moving into Dodge City. It looks a little bit more scattered. Looks a little bit more. I mean, it kind of looks. It doesn't look like it's dying, but it doesn't look like it's strengthening rapidly anymore.
Well, it's still got the special weather statement on it. And,
yeah. It's still in a pretty. All the storm chasers are all activating their feeds right now, which is kind of hilarious. But
not the worst thing to do. There's a lot of lightning to look at.
Oh yeah, as we saw on that camera.
I see Brandon Kopic is in Dodge City. I see Brandon Clement is a little bit northeast in Wright, just a little northeast of Dodge City. So a couple chasers we're familiar with or have had on the show before.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Look at all those cars. I love that. I wonder if there's anyone driving. I wonder if any of those guys to the west or east are like, you know what, we've had it. We're getting out of Dodge City.
Getting out of Dodge.
Getting out of Dodge.
You're gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch them though, like go straight to Dodge and then start moving east.
Oh yeah, that is fun. Yeah, it'll be these. I tell you what, these are definitely taking their time. I mean, I think this is pretty standard for dry line stuff. I just feel like it takes time to get going and never really. But once it goes, it's like explodes. But it takes. It's finicky. It's finicky. It doesn't always do on your on the timing you think it is. So. We're going to stick with these as long as we can tonight. I do have a relatively early morning, so I won't be able to stay up for all night with these, but I'll stay on as long as I can tonight.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of these people might be moving east to go through to tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep, I agree because I think tomorrow will probably be the daytime risk. But still, we're glad you guys have joined us. If you are joining us on either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, we are glad you guys have joined us tonight. And expect more content like this as we have more outbreaks. We will be live whenever we won't be live for every outbreak. But we'll do our best to be live whenever we can. And I would encourage you guys to kind of follow us on Twitter at Stormfront Freaks. You can follow me as well at Stormcat5, and we'll and that way you'll be able to see when we do go live. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That helps us out a ton, and it also that allows you to be able to subscribe to the show. So anytime we do go live, you'll get notified. And so you don't even have to pay attention to us on social media. I know some of you don't even want to be on social media because it can be so toxic at times, which, that happens on all platforms. But if you don't want to, just go ahead. If you hit the subscribe button, you'll get notified every time we go live on YouTube. And also if you do like what you're seeing, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. And we do appreciate all of that. If you do want to be a Patreon member as well, Patreon is how we kind of get some support for the show, and how we are able to kind of do what we do on not only the podcast but also here on Outbreak. So if you do want to become a Patreon member, go to patreon.com, and I think it's / Stormfront Freaks, right, Phil? I believe.
Patreon.com / Stormfront Freaks, or you can find out just go to stormfrontfreaks.com.
Cool. And
you can find that out.
Yeah. Cool. So
hey, do you want to give a kind of look again at tomorrow? What tomorrow looks like for anybody that's tuning in new?
Yep, let's do that. So we'll go ahead and let's look at what do we got tomorrow. So we'll get rid of that. So tomorrow we have another enhanced risk tomorrow. And let's go ahead and pull it up. Another enhanced risk tomorrow. Tomorrow looks to be more of like a afternoon, evening, less an overnight thing. So we'll kind of continue to watch this throughout the day. We'll most likely be live, but just look at our Twitter and YouTube, and we'll make sure to let you guys know if anything does change. But tomorrow we have an enhanced risk over southern Iowa, northern Missouri, and then western Illinois, and a slight risk over kind of the surrounding areas and states, even going down into Arkansas, including Little Rock, and does include Kansas City as well, Omaha, Nebraska, Peoria, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois are all in the slight risk. And what we're concerned about tomorrow is tornadoes, and we're concerned for strong, possibly violent tornadoes within this 10% hatch risk, possibly EF2 to EF5. That's not a guarantee. We have the same risk tonight, but we could get some pretty nasty storms in these areas. So tornadoes is definitely a factor tomorrow. Wind is not so. It's you still could see some strong winds with some of the storms, but I think hail and tornadoes is really the big two threats tomorrow, and it's centered in Iowa and Missouri and Illinois. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those areas tomorrow for some strong tornado or some tornadoes, some other things. And I think one thing reading this discussion that brought that caught my attention is that there oftentimes when you have back-to-back severe weather events like this, you have possibly some the overnight activity can sometimes influence the next day. And so the any storms that we have that push into our area, so like as these storms push here, let me zoom out a little bit more, but as these storms push into our area tomorrow for our risk, and these storms are going to keep sliding to the north, if they hold together tomorrow during the day, that could impact the event tomorrow. So that's always something to look for is the night before, if there's kind of storm action that slides into the area of enhanced risk tomorrow, which oftentimes when you get back-to-back events you can have some adjustments that need to be made. So I would make sure you pay attention to the Storm Prediction Center Outlook tomorrow, which I'll make sure to retweet. But sometimes these things can change. But right now, that is the area of focus that we have for tomorrow.
So what I'm going to show you guys the HRRR model. This is the 0Z run, and I want to get, what do you guys think as you see this going through Iowa into western Illinois, eastern Iowa? What are your thoughts on that right now? Brady, you first.
Yeah, I think my thought is if those cells can stay isolated, especially to start, it looks like they do stay isolated to start. I think we could be in for a long day tomorrow. Just because, you can see just by looking at the radar there's a wrapping, strengthening low pressure system moving over an area of rich moisture. You don't want to see that when looking for severe weather. So I think the conditions are there. If the storm mode can stay discrete initially, I think we could be looking at some pretty strong storms. Now, if they, it looks like they're kind of form into a line that actually hinders tornado development. So, but I think towards the beginning of the window here of when the storms first start, in the afternoon, evening is going to be when, right there, like just those two frames is going to be probably your highest tornado threat. I don't know, Ron, you think any differently?
No, not really. In the end, I think that the herd does some linear stuff that I'm not too confident in because I guess I am more confident in versus the NAM. The NAM was closer to the accurate representation of the dew points today.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is surprising to me.
Yeah.
But then as far as the HER goes, it seems like it's more accurate further out. So then once that goes linear, you're going to have embedded stuff that I just don't think we're going to see a whole lot of.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a whole lot of rain. I think we'll see a whole lot of wind.
Yeah.
And then the Ohio stuff is what I'm most worried about.
Yeah, and that's actually the following day when I think day 3 we actually have right now at least it's a slight risk for Indiana, and I believe right now it's day 3. Yeah, right now we have a day 3 kind of slight risk for Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Louisville, Bowling Green, Kentucky. So that is another area that as this storm system pushes off to the east, you're going to see really a couple days of severe weather possible. So
yeah, and so could you talk to the term like retreat, like as this retreats a bit overnight?
Yeah, the dry line specifically.
Yes.
Yeah. The dry line, I think, right now is and I think it's probably best to look at the model. Yeah, it's still kind of pushing. The dry line's still pushing this way, right? So it's still kind of pushing to the east, but as we go throughout the night, the dry line is actually going to sink back to the west as the moisture kind of wins in the end, and you can see that here on. Let's look on our moisture dew points. Yikes, let's look at Fahrenheit. Let's go to central. So right now, this was modeled at 10 p.m. And if you look, this is the HRRR. It first has the dry line pushing into, and actually this is interesting because originally I think the dry line retreating actually is in these first couple frames, right? You can see the dry line start to push back a little bit west, but then as we go throughout the night, it starts to really slide to the east, and you can see these dew points, these low dew points come behind this dry line. So I think we're at the point where the dry line is probably, and maybe I'm wrong, but is done sliding back. And I think this dry line's gotten some momentum now, and I think it's going to continue. If I put this in motion, I think this dry line is only going to continue to slide off to the east, and it's not loading. Great. Maybe the storm went the right there
in front of it.
Yeah, exactly. But let me see. Interesting. Yeah, so it's still kind of stagnant, but maybe this radar. No, this radar didn't go down. Yeah, as you can see here, the dry line's still kind of slide. It looks like it's slowing a little bit down in this last couple frames. So that's for tomorrow. Dodge City Storm is still it still looks like it's hanging together. I think Ryan, that was a good call on your point where you had said that it doesn't look like it's moving into an area of crazy moisture. So I think that's why it's probably not exploding. Now there's another little storm popping up here, and it's about to move into Nest City. So that is probably our second area of focus. If you look here, this cell's just starting to get organized here up in the northern, or just south of Nest City. And I mean, you could also get storms focus along here, right? You're starting to get a couple of echoes here just north of Garden City, which is right. You've got your really dry air here, really moist air here. And so where you have that difference, you've got this dry line. Where you've got that dry line, you can possibly have some storms develop along it. Right now, we've got storms developing out in front of it, in the kind of the more warm, moist, unstable air. But they're doing their thing. They're not blowing up just yet. They're kind of I think we thought they would just blow up and go, and I don't think they have just yet. Now these storms up in Nebraska, this is what I thought would happen with these storms down in Kansas, right? I mean, these storms just kind of developed quickly, and now are very mature with a lot of lightning. But these aren't warned at all, and I don't think there's much helicity up here. I don't think there's much. There's some shear, but that's why these storms don't have any warnings or anything. Still some nasty storms up there with a lot of lightning, but probably looking at one heck of a light show up in Hyannis. Is that how you say it? Hyannis? I don't know.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at the moment there are no severe warnings in the U.S.
Yep, good call. No severe thunderstorm warnings. One flash flood warning, which is still that flash flood warning in LaGrange. Which hopefully the rain's moved out. It has, but still could be some minor flooding over here in LaGrange.
Yeah, and as that low-level jet kicks in, when that dry line starts to approach things here, there's obviously the potential for things, but I just don't see it happening tonight.
It might not.
As far as tornadoes go, it's mostly going to be a wind hail threat.
It might not, because it's taken quite a long time for these things to get going, and like we said, dry line events are finicky.
Mm-hmm.
They're one like the fact that these storms are just about maybe 20, 15 miles away from the dry line. Like maybe if these storms develop a little bit further to the west, they tap into this lift here that you get from the dry line, and then they explode. But that could end up being all the difference. The fact that the storms aren't forming on the dry line, they're forming just out in front. Could I don't know. These things aren't perfect though.
It's funny that Stormcat 5 uses the term finicky.
Are you trying to say cats are finicky?
Sometimes.
My cat was meowing. Well,
oh no!
I turned my cam off. So.
Oh no! We love a good cat here on the Stormcat 5 show. Or this is okay. Sorry, this isn't the Stormcat 5 show. This is Outbreak. As much as I want to try and make it the Stormcat 5 show, it's not.
Hosted by Sir Meows a Lot.
Exactly. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Let's. So Ryan, what is your cat's name?
This is Malachi.
Malachi is he is wow, he's huge. I love it.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. Look at him.
He's also very
Oh my god.
Also very mad at me.
I can tell he's a little annoyed, but he's just sitting there kind of taking it. He's like, oh, let me go. Oh my god. How old is he?
Sorry, he's a year and a half.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Oh, so he's young.
Yeah.
He's real young. Wow. What breed?
Oh, just I think it's a long-haired tabby. I don't know.
Okay. So Elizabeth wants you to name your cat Stormcat 5. Elizabeth, he's already got a name. Come on now, wait. You just said it. What's his name again?
Malachi.
Malachi. I love it.
There's a different podcast with Rainn Wilson.
Yeah.
Where there's a cat named Malachi, and
that's Dwight Schrute, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. I love that. He is adorable. I would agree, Elizabeth. Well, see, that's why I need to get a cat. I would love that. Okay, so
I don't think a hotel will allow you to.
So it looks like
I've officially lost my audio. Give me a second. My headphones just randomly died.
I know, mine did too.
So there's a half-inch hail radar indicated in that storm.
While I'm
north of.
Pulling up my headphones, I think it's pretty interesting looking at the radar. We've got some lightning happening along the dry line, so that's going to be interesting to see if that stuff can start to get going. That could be another area of initiation.
So once again, half-inch hail in the cell north of Dodge City.
Yeah, it's starting to take a little bit of a right turn.
All right. Yeah. Got my headphones back, and I'm ready to roll.
Welcome back, Brady.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Give me 1 second.
We can hear you, but...
All right, I just did my test, and that worked. Wow, look at that. Oh, my gosh. Look at the latest scan there. Stuff is just exploding. Here, let me try one thing. I'm going to try unplug and replug. All right, so Ban Everything said, just found your channel and subscribed. I'm in central Louisiana. My cat in the 90s blamed me for severe storms. That is that's awesome. So your cat blamed you for severe storms. That's awesome. Well, thanks for subscribing, Ban Everything. I love it. We try to go live every time we get severe weather. We don't go live every single time, but anytime there's an outbreak, that's why this show is named Outbreak. We try to go live here. Okay, so interestingly enough, my headphones still aren't working. I can't hear Dan or Ryan. So give me 1 second while I sort this out. I'm gonna leave and rejoin.
Can you hear me now?
So just give me 1 second. Dan, maybe you could do some cartwheels or something.
Oh, no,
Okay,
no one
we're
wants to see that.
All right, yeah. This storm north of Dodge City is definitely interesting.
Yeah.
It's taking that right turn that you don't like to see when.
Yeah, it looks like
you're in the path. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it looks like the hail is dropping in size right now. It looks like it's 0.4, inches. But yeah, you were saying it's taking a right turn.
Yeah, the hook on it on the southern end, it's definitely taking in all the moisture from the south and giving it a good wrap around, and that's why the hail sizes have started to increase. I just worry about it pulling northeast and then being in such a discrete environment, just actually owning the atmosphere. It can do what it wants at that point.
You're talking about this storm right here, is that right? The Dodge City storm?
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing is well, interestingly enough, two kind of interesting things. Well, first of all, I think they extended this special weather statement. To your point, Ryan, this storm definitely looks a little bit more well organized, I think, than in the last couple of frames. Anytime I see kind of like a double fingered storm like this, it could be starting to develop into a supercell. And yeah, and Elizabeth, that is not a funnel cloud. That's actually a streamer, I believe. So I think that's without showing his stream. That's Vince. Yeah, that's Vince Walty. Okay, that's awesome. So Vince actually gave us a shout out when we first went live, and he's been on the podcast before and is a friend of the stream. So he's pushing right into this storm, and he's getting as close as he possibly can. So that's his icon. Then we've got other storm chasers that are pushing that way, and then the other area that I'm interested in is it looks like stuff is starting to blow up on the dry line. So this could be our initiation right now. There's some lightning here. It's still looking pretty disorganized, but stuff is definitely developing on and along the dry line right now, and that could be another area of initiation possibly that we're starting to see. I mean, just look in the last. Look at that. I mean, look. Do you guys see that?
Yeah.
That's what we mean by when we say you can get this explosive development. Is literally this was 11:03. This was 11:14. And this is now. And I mean, just you had it absolutely just exploded out of nowhere. And so we're not saying that is your that could be another area of kind of storms that could develop. Still looks pretty disorganized, but
that's your moisture met the dry line.
Yeah,
there, and it's just blew up.
Went straight up. Yeah, so Jess says it's got spread eagle look. Yeah, that's actually a really good way to describe it. Spread eagle look. I see that actually a lot with sometimes developing supercells. It's like a bald. Let me see if I can draw a bald eagle here. And maybe there's the head, and then there's the feet. What do you guys think? Does that look kind of like a bald? Maybe there's the eye. No, that's terrible. All right, I'm gonna stop trying to draw. That's terrible.
You should teach art lessons.
I should. No, I shouldn't. I think I took art in college, and that was the worst grade I got in all of college was art. And I think in art, you just get don't they just give you like an A for like trying? And somehow
they hand out participation trophies, absolutely.
That's what I thought. But somehow my art teacher gave me like a C. And I was just like, I showed up to every class and I tried my hardest. And I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah, it sounds like that person was just very opinionated.
Dan, you say that, but I don't think you realize first of all, did you see what I just drew? Second of all, it is some of the things that I produced, like, I don't even know if they would warrant the trash can. So that's,
Yeah, Elizabetta was comparing you to Bob Ross.
Maybe the blind, confused version. because that's Yeah, Jess, you're right. No, Jess, 100%. It is 100% a skill issue. Anyway.
But yeah, that did have the spread eagle look.
Yeah.
In the last couple of scans, and then now
it
it's kind of globbing up a little bit, but
meandering.
The velocity. I would expect this kind of stuff to fall out a bit, and the dry line to be what carries the night.
I would think so, because I mean, stuff is starting to just pop up and down along the dry line. I will say that this storm does look. It's gotten from when it was in Dodge City, and then it moved up as it has much further north. It's really expanded in size, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's expanded in strength, right? I think. But it still looks, I mean, from when it was in Dodge City, it's really compact, and now it's expanded much bigger and grown way in size. So that could be an indication that it's strengthening. That could also just be an indication that it's kind of spreading out, right? And but
yeah, looking at the velocity, I would say that it's probably strengthening, if anything.
What the heck is that?
It's definitely grouped up quite a bit.
Yeah. This is so weird. There's so much noise in this velocity scan. This can't be right.
What are you on, CC?
This is just high-res velocity. This almost... I mean, that's... I don't know what's going on with this. Let me try and go into tilt 2. Are you getting the kind of feedback from that too?
I am, yeah.
That's weird. Okay, that's gonna make it really hard to tell. I mean, how do you look at that and see? Let me look at tilt 2. Let's see what we got. It's still just like, what is going on? Maybe I mean, there's got to. Okay, look at this last scan. This is really interesting. On the looks like there's a little bit of a notch here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still kind of your hail core still kind of got 2 kind of hail cores here, maybe 2 updrafts. So I don't. Maybe it's trying to split. I mean, you could have possibly a split going on here, where this storm moves up this way and this one takes a right turn, or you could have just kind of 2 different updrafts strengthening. But the fact that you see this hook start to develop could be our first indication of some action ongoing here in just south of Jetmore right now. This is not warned yet. There's still just a special weather statement on this storm. But if this storm keeps on showing this kind of impressive look, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 10-15 minutes it went severe thunderstorm warned. So I'm curious to see if these cells might be splitting, maybe. I mean, you see just in the last 2 frames here, kind of 2 distinct areas of higher values show up. So that, I don't know. Maybe I could be crazy. Jeez, look at this. This is typical dry line madness, where you stuff just when it gets going, it just explodes. But still, it's still just like a glob. It's still just like a glob of moisture that, Ryan, to your point, just shot way up and is really not organized in any way.
Yet,
exactly. So we've got some hail reports with this storm. I wonder if there's Ryan, if you're seeing any reports on your side that we should put up on the screen. Yeah, Jess says I think she's saying velocity is Dodge City radar looks like a mess. It is. I don't. If the National Weather Service is also looking at this same velocity feed, I don't understand how they would issue Because that's got to be. Do we think that's the low level jet that's just cranking? Why there's all that noise?
I honestly couldn't say. Jetmore just got severe warned.
Yep.
Yep, severe warning.
Okay. So this is actually, if we look in the Wichita velocity, this actually gives us a way better view. So we'll just have to keep an eye. We'll just have to keep looking at that radar because the Wichita radar is the exact same. There's just a ton of noise around it. I would bet that there is pretty strong winds out in front of this, but we do have our first severe thunderstorm warning with this cell north of Dodge City. So we just got a severe thunderstorm warning, and this storm is moving to the northeast. The warning says it is a severe thunderstorms moving near Jetmore, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So that's moving pretty fast to the northeast. $50 size hail, so pretty significant hail right now. Damage to vehicles, right? So put your cars in your garage, and no mention of any sort of like rotation yet, which is good. Sometimes they'll actually mention there could be a tornado in the warning, but I think pretty decent indicator that there's not. But this is definitely a strengthening storm right now.
Yeah, so it mentions $50 size hail in the warning product, looking at about 3/4 inch radar indicated.
Okay. And let's see. Get your dogs inside now if they're taking their last peruse around the yard. Yep, that is true. Get the dogs inside because dogs don't do good in hail. Like cars, dogs don't respond to hail. I tell you what, look at the lightning on this. This is just really, really exploding. I wonder, Dan, if you find any traffic cameras around that area. I bet we're probably pretty limited because I bet there was probably more in Dodge City than there probably isn't many up in because this is moving through, I think, a pretty rural area of Kansas. But I bet the lightning show with this thing is intense.
This thing is taking a hug right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it appears to be on that south side of Jetmore.
Yeah. Let me look at the I want to quickly pull up and see what the actual to see if there's any helicity with this thing that it's tapping into. Yeah. Elizabetta, thank you so much for sharing your sources. I really appreciate it. Yep, Jess, that's awesome. I love that because we're gonna have to add that to weather resources too because there's so many different awesome sites out there to get your information from, and we love when anyone shares new ones because I feel like every day I'm finding a new one that I can look at. All right, let's look at our let's just look at our helicity here. Yeah, so this is, geez, 300, 400, 500, 600, plenty of helicity. So this thing could wrap up pretty quick. And when I say wrap up, I mean it could. It's got plenty of rotation potential.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any cameras near that storm, but cool thing that Kansas did is they've actually got a little bit of radar overlay on their map.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
Where do we want to pull that up somehow?
Yeah, I can quickly put it on my second screen.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, this has definitely got some. I wonder what's wow. Yeah, Ryan, I'd be curious to see what the your tornado perimeter that you were showing has for this storm, if it's moving into any area like that.
Okay, I've got it on that second screen.
Okay.
It's chasing it.
Yeah, is it really?
Yeah, it's chasing the tornado perimeter, but
wow,
it's not anywhere near that.
Yeah.
At this point, like I'm more inclined to believe that this is going to ride in front of the dry line, and this is going to be the only storm.
It might very well be, because look, I mean, to your point, look up here. Storm in Nest City tried to get going, and then just died.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, because the spread eagle ingested all the moisture.
It did. And look at this. I don't even know what to call this. This is almost like a swan, right? With like
draw us a swan.
Here's the tail. Here's the. Oh, come on!
No.
Come on! I was gonna draw like a little.
But I mean, look at the hook on the back end. It's just like, what is it gonna do with that?
That is a. I mean, this is a pretty clear indicator of. Well, I guess I don't even know what it is an indicator of, but this is a pretty strong hook on the back of this thing, and it is wrapping around. I mean, it's almost like it's sucking hail around here, almost. The fact that there's looks like there's maybe one hail core here. You know what we should do? Let's look at if one of you can pull up, maybe Ryan, you can pull up a cross section of this. I would love to see a cross section of this, because it's like its hail core is here, and then it's got like I don't know, maybe some hail or some pretty strong rain wrapping around this way. But this is a definite hook. So you've got your inflow here, you've got your your downdraft and your rear flank downdraft here, and so there's definitely something there. Now the question is, can this storm not choke itself off in terms of this hook, right? Because I'm worried this is kind of an ugly presentation where these winds are, kind of pushing out in front of this thing. And if the inflow is coming in like this, if the outflow could choke it off. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But still a nasty storm with some big hail.
Dan, it's up to you if you want to do the cross section. I do not have a good cross section setting.
So Dan, this is also what you showed or what you mentioned earlier too about. That's kind of cool. So this is the Kansas, traffic network cams, and they overlaid the radar on it.
Yeah, and that looks like Iowa Environmental Mesonet IEM.
That's pretty cool.
Radars.
I wonder if Kansas is one of the only, because I don't think we've been able to or had this before. So that's pretty cool where you can look at. We've looked at cameras before, and it's been hard to find, exactly where the storm is, where's the cameras. But yeah.
Yeah, as far as cross-section goes, I do not have anything really good here.
All right.
But one thing with this is the way these radars do their scans, the reflectivity goes first, and then the velocity goes. So there's one sweep, and then there's another sweep. So reflectivity, then velocity.
Okay. Got it.
And once that second sweep went through with the velocity, it started looking not so great.
Yeah.
But it could be reorganizing.
It could, yeah. And this is I think a pretty broad area of rotation here. So you've got your winds kind of going around like that. So I think this is a rotating storm, but it's a broadly rotating storm. And so, I think if this tightens up, that'll be our area of focus where we'll need to we'll need to keep an eye. And that's kind of right in the middle of the hail core right now. So, and yeah, look at that. So that the outflow kind of choked off. You used to have this hook here, but it was this storm is kind of pushing this way, and I guess also pushing this way, and so that kind of choked off the inflow, where it wasn't able to get anything going in terms of wrapping up into a tornado. Right? If you look at the difference between this frame looks menacing, strong. Looks like okay, it might drop something, and then the next frame the hook just falls apart. So that might be what we are dealing with, which is interesting, right? Because I can't think of a reason off the top of my head why this wouldn't be. Well, first of all, why there wouldn't be more storms, and second of all, why this wouldn't be rotating. I mean, or why this wouldn't drop necessarily a tornado, because I mean, there's the helicity is off the charts, the wind shear is off the charts, and there is a ton of cape, and the storm's already gone. So, Dan, let's look at the cross
Dan's got a good. Yeah.
So this storm is still only at about 30 or 40,000 feet. So it hasn't grown. I mean, that's still a tall storm, but it hasn't grown to like 40, 50,000 feet like you would think it would with the amount of cape in the atmosphere. Yeah, and this is okay. So it is about at 40,000 feet. It looks like maybe a little higher, but does look like there's some pretty good hail with that sucker.
I would also say that's kind of noisy.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
So probably closer to 35 at most.
Yeah, but there is some good hail with that thing, right? Especially in that frame. There's definitely some hail kind of falling off the back, like you had said, Ryan. But gosh, that's so cool looking at that.
It is.
So what we're looking at right now is this is a cross section of this storm the Dodge City storm. Really, the only big game in town right now. The only severe thunderstorm warning, and it's pretty cool to look at the different. I think the whites, that's probably your hail, and the red is kind of probably some smaller hail or some big raindrops, and then the yellow, that's some heavy rain. So,
and Dan, I think that CC, that's so noisy.
Yeah.
Dang.
And sometimes you can actually tell where the hail is with the correlation, right, guys?
Yeah.
If you've got some big,
absolutely.
Big hail.
That's what I was kind of considering when I said, Dan CC, because I think there's probably hail just floating.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jess, that's a good call out, right? You can, right? Because this is the correlation coefficient, which is, that tells us, okay, is there debris in the air? Is there something else like that? Or it can even it's basically looking at, okay, here's all these rain particles. And then if there's other particles that don't match that, right? Like there's a car, or there's a tree, or there's a twig, or there's a shingle from a house, or there's a large hailstone, that'll show up as different colors than red. In this case, it looks like, kind of yellow and a little bit of green. That's an indication of some hail that either falling or kind of floating in the storm. That it's pretty interesting to look at.
Yeah, I like being able to use the dual pole in the cross section as well.
Yeah, that was a good pick, Dan. I definitely think that was a good representation of a way to, as Jess said, hail scatter. It's very possible that's hail scatter.
Yeah, it could be. Ben, everything says, something really bad anxiety storms. You are not, I hear this all the time of people that have had a big storm, that lived through either a hurricane or a tornado, or even just people like, my friends, or my, family members that I've had, where, like, they have those tornadoes in Ohio, right? They knew people that were there. Now they're anxious and they're scared, and rightfully so, because they went through a very traumatic an event like that. And storms can be scary. Storms can be scary, and storms can do some really bad things. And that's why we're here, and other people, your National Weather Service and your local kind of TV meteorologists. Our goal is to try to show you what's happening and to show you what's not happening, right? So whether or not that your area is safe and what to expect. And I think too, it's easy for us to get caught up in the hype. My goal and our goal of this stream is not to be hype focused. Our goal is to really focus on what is happening, why it's happening, and to bring in almost like an educational and also kind of a fun, lighthearted aspect to it. And so, really, really thankful to have people like Dan and Ryan on that can help tell us, what's happening and why and what could happen. And having some really smart people like those two guys, because ultimately most of the time you're not going to be impacted by this. But when you do, our goal is not to scare you, but to tell you what to do and help you be prepared. So thank you for joining the stream, Ben, everything. And just know that we'll be with you when storms happen. So all right. All right, so looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning with this. It's a continuation of the old one, and still this thing is still kind of having some trouble organizing here, and still is really the only game in town. There is the dry line. There's just a blob of rain trying to form, and there's some lightning with it, right? So stuff is really trying to get going. But
I think this thing is starting to rotate.
The Dodge City storm.
It was getting. Yes, the Dodge City storm. It was sort of just going through a cycle, but just north of Hanston. I believe those velocities. You're starting to see this thing gaining its organization a bit.
Yeah, it's still got this kind of broad area of rotation, right? So,
and then coming in that way,
yeah, exactly. So, you still got you've got your updraft here with winds flowing in here. You've got kind of your downdraft here, and you've got some inflow coming in here as well. So and that's why we have some hail with this thing, because the storm is clearly rotating. I would probably consider it a supercell just because of that broad rotation. Now the question is can it get its act together, and can the inflow and the downdraft kind of coexist? Because I think so far, I think the one has dominated the other, and that's why there hasn't been kind of this hook on it. But this last scan, I mean, if it can kind of keep this structure, then start to kind of build around this way, that could be the beginnings of something. And this is, once again, this is an area of helicity. This is high helicity, high shear, high cape. All the big three parameters are there. So now it's just a matter of, can this do it? And it might not, right? There's no guarantee. And with the way tonight is gone, it would not surprise me if this storm just continues to meander and kind of continue to try and get its act going, and not produce necessarily anything, which would be good for the people that live in the path of this thing. But
absolutely, definitely, especially when on its way to I-70.
Yeah, for real. So let's just quickly come up here. Let's just check out these. This is this is kind of fun looking at these. This complex is really it's starting to become pretty outflow dominated, and probably is going to die. I mean, you can see here's your outflow right here. These winds are just kind of pushing this off to the east. So this complex will die pretty quickly. You can already see it start to die. It's probably got a pretty good lightning show in western Nebraska. And there's some lightning actually outside of it, which is cool. Let's look up in Rapid City, man. You guys are getting pounded. I think Box Elder. Yeah, look how this thing is just back built all the way. Just the storms are moving this way. Well, the general storm motion is this way, but the storms just keep building like this way, which is crazy. I always love
just relentless.
Oh, I know. Look, let's put 50 frames and see. I mean, look at that. Just keep. It's almost like the storms are moving this way. I mean, it's just, and you can sometimes get that when you get a really strong complex, really organized complex like this. But that's pretty hilarious because if you're trying to escape it, it's like, well, do you go this way or like of course you drive east, but it doesn't make any sense. But and this is actually a pretty nasty storm up here that just moved through or is just to the northeast of Wall. That's got some hail probably on it. So, but a lot of rain right now in South Dakota tonight. A lot of lightning that you're going to get with these complexes, which is just going to be a noisy night up there in Rapid City, unfortunately. All right. Let's just check in with the SBC, see if anything. Yeah. Cindy back in Rapid City says, yep, or just east of Rapid City in Box Elder says, yep, we're having fun. Sure you are. Yeah, I'm actually kind of jealous. You know what, Dan, I wonder if we could find any like traffic cameras just to the east of Box Elder, because they're getting pounded with some lightning. Let's just look down Oklahoma, make sure we don't have anything here. Yeah, interestingly enough, down in Oklahoma, just really nothing happened. Yep, Box Elder again. Yeah, I'm telling you, they can't catch a break up there. Yeah, nothing's really happened in Oklahoma City. That's a good thing. I think. A couple of days ago, a lot of us, I think, were focusing on Oklahoma City, and it really looked like the trough was going to be a big deal. And it still is. It just kind of phased a little bit and was a little bit delayed and wasn't as compact, I think. And so this area just pretty much a nothing burger. I mean, and this was in a slight risk, and there could be maybe some late night stuff, I think. Actually, I don't even know if there will be. I mean, because this was the stuff they were supposed to get, or that could have been bad, but it's just really, which is insane to me. And this is the really, really hard part about forecasting, right, Ryan and Dan. It's like there is a ton of CAPE. All the ingredients are there for storms. And you just need like a spark to get things going. And you think you have a spark with the dry line, but it doesn't happen. Right. And it's interesting to me because it's like, well, I really want to know why. And I could probably, we could probably look at it and do a bunch of case studies and stuff to see why. But that's the tough thing about weather is it doesn't always completely make sense. It does when you go look back and study it. But at the surface, sometimes these setups can be really, really finicky. And one thing goes wrong and falls apart, which is good for the people that live in this part of the country.
And look, I'm no meteorologist. I chased storms for many years.
But that is
the number of busts
too, right? Yeah.
You go out there, you think that there's going to be a storm, you might we call them blue sky busts.
Yeah.
It's
and that
just and along these dry lines, you really never know what's going to happen in terms of the thermodynamics and how much moisture the storms are actually going to get in order to sustain themselves.
Yeah.
And right now, the storm of the day, if you're a storm chaser, is literally this one that came out of Dodge City. And it's 10 o'clock Mountain, 11 o'clock Central. So, you're chasing by the lightning at that point.
Yeah, basically.
You can't see the thing unless you have a lightning strike.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. Jess said possible notch in the line west of Dodge City.
It's trying. It's definitely trying. It's going through its cycles.
It is for sure trying. I mean, this is very typical dry line where just explode. But all this stuff is pretty messy. It's pretty linear. It's pretty combined, and there's a lot of lightning, but really it's not very compact. And so I could be a good lightning.
Once that dry line meets that storm, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't either. And I just want to see if it. Yeah, it will eventually catch up to it, I think.
Yeah, it does appear.
Now the question is, will it catch up to it by the time it? Yeah, look. So, wait. Oh, no, that was the lightning down here. Yeah, so we'll have to watch this. But once again, this storm is looking pretty ragged. I mean,
it just keeps falling apart and cycling and trying to get itself back together.
Okay, it looks really good, really good, really good. Really good, really good, really good. Kind of bad, right? Decent, bad. Yikes. It almost looks like it's falling apart. Good night, Nikki. Thanks for joining us. Honestly, we may be behind you shortly. Who knows? I said I would.
I'm not far behind. I'll say that much.
I said I would stop at midnight, but I just want to give a little bit more to see if this thing gets going. If it doesn't, we'll probably end and wrap up and get ready for tomorrow. But regardless, I had fun with everyone tonight, regardless of if stuff hit the fan or not. Which I never want to see it. I never want to see it truly hit the fan, right? I mean, if we could get tornadoes over a completely rural and no farmland and it's just over it, sure, that'd be great. But most of the time that doesn't happen. So I never wanted to I'm never incredibly disappointed when things quote unquote bust. Which still we had said this was going to be an all night kind of thing, and so this still once the dry line catches up to this initiation, you still could have some pretty gnarly storms in Kent. I mean, look at the enhanced risk area, right? It goes all the way to Omaha and Lincoln. Mm-hmm. So as this pushes here into this area, this will be 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m. You still could have some pretty strong storms and possibly some overnight tornadoes.
How are you feeling, Dan?
Well. So I do have the traffic cam up on that second screen for you.
Oh, let's go. Let's get it up. This one?
Yeah, this is Box Elder looking.
Oh, sweet.
So let me see. I don't think I can make this too much bigger. So this is looking east, which is just kind of a blur shot. Looking south and looking west. So it's all really messy.
Wow. It looks like it's coming down pretty hard there.
Yeah. And then this is looking west. looks like a lot of rain.
A lot of rain
being blown right at the camera.
Yeah, they don't like their big cameras there, do they?
Yeah,
they just give you like a really small little. If you want to see like a okay, that's a little better. Okay.
Yeah, so it was
no
saying,
motion.
Yeah, but yeah, it says rain and heavy. So
okay. Yeah, getting pretty. Yeah, it looks like there's LED headlights there. Yeah, who's ever driving along 90 from Walled to Rapid City, you are not having a good night. That is brutal. Because you just have, I mean, if you're driving from Wall, you're like, okay, this isn't too bad. I see a bunch of lightning in distance. Oh my god! And then it just hits the fan. I would not want to be on this part of 90 right now. That would be terrible.
I think all these chasers northeast of Jetmar are chasing a dream, really.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not even severe thunderstorm warning anymore. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning.
It's quite a bit of lightning. I'm sure they're getting great shots, but once that dry line catches up, it's all over.
Yeah. I actually have no. I'm going to be fascinated. In the morning, I'm going to wake up and just look at this. Look at this radar loop and see what happened. But
and I hope I'm proven right, because I don't want to be proven wrong, and there be something overnight with just something embedded in that dry line.
There always could be, but I think the good news is we did not see. There was only one storm that got going, and that was this Dodge City storm. Mm-hmm. And it really it never got its act going, and there was no other ones that formed, and there weren't that cluster of discrete supercells that we thought there could be, and that's good news, right? But I still think if you live in this enhanced risk, especially in central Kansas and possibly southern Nebraska, you still need to be on alert, and you still should go to bed with your phone next to your bed. Hopefully, if you have a weather radio, turn it on. Just you need to have two different ways to get warnings tonight, because there still is a pretty potent environment. There still are some high helicity values, high shear values, still a decently high chance you could, if something does get going, that it could rotate and it could develop an overnight tornado. That is not necessarily the most likely outcome at this point, but it's still certainly in the realm of possibility. So if you do live really anywhere in this enhanced risk, just be prepared, have a way to get your warnings tonight. I wouldn't necessarily say, okay, you need to stay up, because right now the threat hasn't really materialized, thankfully, but just have a way to get your warnings, and make sure you go to bed knowing you know, if you do get woken up by a tornado warning, have a place you can go that you've already kind of planned out, that this is where I'll go when I'm in a warning.
Well put.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Jess said, I know they said initiation is late midnight, but IDK, I'm just not feeling it for sure. Yeah, they had said, at least in the tornado watch they said earlier, they said initiation could happen between 8 and 10 p.m., and then it just kind of get later and later and later, and then it just kind of never really got going. And initiation finally happened on the dry line, but it's still just like a scattered mess of different storms that really aren't too impressive right now. And the one storm that we thought could get going has struggled mightily. So that's good news, but still could change.
Today's the pre-show for tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we'll most likely go live tomorrow. We'll kind of wait to see how this affects overnight and how the model's handled tomorrow. But I think tomorrow the storm should be more widespread, and should be more. This should be a greater, a less of a chance of busting like today. I think today there was always a possibility of a bust, and I don't want to say today busted just yet, because it's overnight. We still got a tornado watch. We still have storms ongoing, but tomorrow will be the day that we'll have to watch out for as well. the threat will shift east into Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and even Arkansas. So we'll just keep a watch out for us tomorrow. If we do go live, we'll be sure to let you guys know on Twitter, and if you are on YouTube, so go ahead and subscribe to us, and we'll get you. That way, when we do go live, you will see it first, and you'll be notified, and you'll be in our. We always play some nice music before the show. That you can come watch the different. There's a nice little screensaver that I don't want to. It might hit the corner, it might not. Right, it's that old '80s screensaver that kind of floats around. So you got to watch that to find out. But if we do go live, I'm excited to see you guys tomorrow. Any last thoughts, Dan?
No, I mean, I'm interested in seeing how the storms play out tonight and how that'll impact tomorrow, probably.
Me too. Ryan, what about you? Any last thoughts?
Yeah, just keep an eye and an ear out, really, as this dry line approaches.
Yeah, and
you definitely have to have the way to get warnings. Definitely have your weather radio and your phone available, because there's always the possibility for this dry line to spawn something not so great. It could be straight line winds, could also be a tornado.
Yep.
So yeah, tomorrow that'll most likely be a different story.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think too, if you live in any of these areas in Kansas, if you do have a weather cat like Ryan does, make sure you snuggle that weather cat nice and close, because chances are that cats or dogs, it could be a noisy night in Kansas, and probably I know animals do not like thunder and lightning. So, but anyway, guys, thank you once again for watching the stream. We'll let you know about tomorrow. And in the meantime, just want to thank you guys all for joining us. I loved every second of it, and it was a great show. It didn't necessarily explode like we thought it might, but that's a good thing, those that live in Kansas. So thank you to all of our viewers. And for those that are watching on Twitter, go ahead and give us a follow. For those that are watching on YouTube, go ahead and give us a subscribe if you liked it. And then if you liked it too, go ahead and give us a like as well. That helps us out tremendously. And thanks again for watching. We will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Whoops. Trying to find out where to play the end video. There we go. Wait, no. Yikes. This is so awkward. Where is it? Phil moved all my videos around. There it is. Bye.